Hello everyone and welcome to this FDG workshop on forgetting and remembering in digital games. We have a very exciting selection lined up representing multidisciplinary perspectives and approaches, and we hope that it will provoke a lot of interesting discussion. Of course, while we hope that it will be a smooth ride, we also realize that online conferencing is new to a lot of us. So consider that unforeseen difficulties may arise, mostly due to different Wi-Fi connections. In that case, we ask you for your patience, if needed, of course. Just one thing before we begin. We are going to be signaling time using private messaging in the Zoom chat. So we ask the presenters to keep their chat window open during the presentation. Of course, the chat window won't show up in the shared screen. Once said that, we can begin with the first part of our workshop, which is based on avatars and identity. I leave the thing to Krista.
Hi, yes, so I would like to introduce our two speakers for the first part, and that's Sarah Sang first, with Memory Loss, Identity Crisis and Ghostly Dreams, Final Fantasy and Player Avatar Identification. And Sarah Sang is a PhD candidate in the Communication and Culture program at York University in Canada. And she's also the editor-in-chief of the journal, the student-run journal Press Start, and essays editor for the publication First Person Scholar. And she has published primarily on gender representation in digital games, and her current research explores the intersection of gender, hybridity, and monstrosity in science fiction and fantasy genres and other media. Thank you. So I'll pass you over to Sarah. Unmute. I should be unmuting you now.
Yes, perfect. Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. Okay, so I'll just share my screen. That's the one. I don't think that's the screen I wanted to share. Hang on. Da, 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 da. That should be the right one though. Let me see. Sorry, one sec. What do you all see? Do you see like the whole PowerPoint thing, or do you see just the screen?
PowerPoint, I think.
The whole PowerPoint thing. Okay, hang on a sec.
Wait, I mean.
Sorry, I tested this before and it worked fine, but let me just.
But I think it was fine. It was only the picture.
Oh, like you couldn't see the whole notes and everything, just the image, just the screen?
Yes, just the screen.
Ah, that's good. Then that is what I wanted. Awesome. Perfect. On my end, it looks different. So, okay. So you can see the title screen there?
Yes.
Awesome. Perfect. Okay. So I'll go ahead and get started then. You can see my sort of contact information, Twitter information. If you feel like tweeting any of this, go for it. Okay, so while many game scholars have long debated the importance of player avatar identification and sort of what that means and whether that influences gameplay experience or not, many players and designers do see it as a vital element of game design that can really influence the gameplay experience. And of course, as a result, there are countless ways that developers have sort of tried to encourage player avatar identification. And one approach, which is sort of useful for our purposes, is to present protagonists with memory loss. So as Katie Whitlock has said, many traditional RPGs begin with the introduction of the main character as an amnesiac orphan whose lack of identity provides a convenient reason to start on a journey of self-recovery. The lack of memory makes the character an essentially blank slate for the player to access and merge with over the course of the game. So this connection between memory, identity, and identification is centralized in several games in the Final Fantasy series, as the player characters are sort of a cross between a blank slate and a fully fleshed out protagonist. So specifically, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, Squall from Final Fantasy VIII, Zidane from Final Fantasy IX, and Tidus from Final Fantasy X, which are the ones I'm going to be talking about. Sorry if those ones aren't your favorites. They each suffer from memory loss or memory disorders and undergo identity crises when those memories are uncovered or confronted. So in this talk, I'll be discussing how these characters potentially complicate player avatar identification, how they provide some meta commentary on gaming itself, and how they encourage reflection on the ways that memory is tied to identity and selfhood. In addition, I want to consider how careful analysis of these heroes could help us rethink the history of games in terms of the representation of mental illness, since they all in various ways experience trauma, depression, anxiety, self-doubt, and go through the process of confronting and accepting their own repressed or forgotten memories. So unsurprisingly, spoilers abound for all of these old games. So in Final Fantasy VII, Cloud suffers from an extreme identity and memory disorder. Traumatized by various horrific events in his past, including the death of his closest friend, Zack, Cloud develops a dissociative identity disorder. He unconsciously adopts Zack's memories and persona, forgetting that Zack existed at all. Cloud's journey is therefore one of self-discovery and recovery in which he must reconcile and regain his own identity. And this identity confusion parallels the player experience. Just as Cloud pretended to be someone who he considered better, stronger, more heroic, more interesting than himself, the player pretends to be Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. So because of this, I read this game as sort of asking players to think about why they want to pretend to be someone else. That escape is obviously desirable for countless people, but eventually the game ends, just as Cloud's delusion had to end. And while the game doesn't overtly push for any kind of self-acceptance, it can be interpreted as communicating some meta-commentary on gaming and escapism itself. And in addition, while it seems like FF7 is offering a kind of heroic power fantasy for players where they can become this sort of badass tough guy, they're actually invited to identify with and occupy the subject position of someone with a mental illness, with PTSD, someone who struggles with coming to terms with their own identity and past trauma. And we're certainly seeing more and more games release that feature heroic protagonists with mental illnesses, which is really important in terms of diverse representation. But it's interesting that the conversation around that seems to suggest that this is a really new thing. But really, it's been around for a long time, though FF7 isn't usually talked about in this way. With the remake, it'll be interesting to see if more popular and critical discourse starts to discuss Cloud in terms of his mental illness. Sorry, so Final Fantasy VIII, many of the main characters experience severe memory loss due to their use of powerful guardian forces. As they gradually regain their memories, they discover that they all lived in the same orphanage as children. This approach echoes that amnesiac orphan trope discussed by Whitlock, and as Squall gradually regains his past throughout the game, the player discovers it along with him. And another character, Rinoa, experiences her own version of identity crisis and lost when she's possessed by Ultimecia, a powerful sorceress who uses Rinoa's body for her own purposes. And interestingly, the player-avatar relationship itself has been likened to possession, where the player possesses the body of the virtual other in order to exercise control over a world which the player, as a physical entity, cannot truly access. Just as the player is sort of trapped on the other side of the screen, Ultimecia is trapped in another era and needs to use the bodies of others to interact with the present. And then there's Laguna, who is temporarily inhabited by Squall / the player when Squall's consciousness is sent back in time to try and change the past. So by centralizing possession as both a narrative element and a gameplay mechanic, this game provides kind of an uncanny parallel of the way Squall is himself used as a puppet by the player. At the same time, this idea of sending your consciousness back in time is kind of a metaphor for reliving or confronting your memories, especially ones that reveal truths about who you are. While this is less overtly about mental illness, it is interesting to think about in terms of loss of control and memory repression, because Squall's uncovering of his past memories is an unpleasant experience, reminding him of a time when he was helpless and afraid. He never wants to feel that way again, so he blocks it out. In this way, once again, the hero seems like a strong, capable, tough guy, but he's actually riddled with anxiety and self-doubt. And Squall's coming to terms with his own weaknesses and realizing that he must rely on others is one of the main messages of the game. And it also emphasizes the importance of allowing yourself to access and accept repressed memories and come to terms with the fact that sometimes you will not be in control. And then in Final Fantasy IX, Zidane discovers his forgotten past. He's from another planet and was created to help destroy all the inhabitants of the world he calls home. Long story short. So Zidane's discovery of his true past and purpose traumatizes him so much that the normally upbeat and carefree character bitterly pushes away his friends, convinced that he's a danger to his entire world. Although this segment doesn't last long because, of course, the power of friendship overcomes all, the player is shown that even happy, cheerful, carefree-seeming people can experience extreme self-doubt and self-loathing. The Black Mage Vivi, of course, also suffers from memory loss, and unlike Zidane, he finds out that he isn't human, like Zidane, he finds out that he isn't human and was created for a terrible, violent purpose. Both rely on their companions to reassure them of their worth, their identity, and their place in the world. Again, that famous power of friendship. And finally, Garnet similarly has no memories from her early childhood. We're seeing a theme here, right? And she discovers that she was adopted to replace her mother's deceased child. All three characters have memory loss and then experience identity crises upon learning of their pasts. But the game also shows them taking control of themselves and their destinies while fighting against what they were created to do, what their parents wanted of them. Garnet cuts her hair as a symbolic way of separating herself from the past and looking towards the future. Vivi accepts who and what he is and makes the most of his short life. Zidane fights against his fate and does what he thinks is right. In this way, the game also sends the message that you're not entirely defined by who you were, who made you, or where you came from. Rather, you can make yourself into what you want based on the choices you make now. And finally, in Final Fantasy X, Tidus discovers that he's not real. He's a dream created as a way of preserving a lost civilization. And at the end of the game, he disappears as his dreamers wake up. His story can be read as a metaphor for all video games and their characters. They're dreamed up by developers in order to give shape and form to an imagined world, but once the game's finished, they effectively disappear. And once again, in terms of memory, the message here is that it doesn't really matter where you come from, what happened in the past, or how long you have left to live. What matters is what you do with the time you have, which is, of course, the same lesson that Vivi learned. Tidus also struggles to come to terms with his traumatic childhood and rocky relationship with his emotionally abusive and absentee father, and the feeling that his mother's death was his father's fault. His past trauma in relation to his parents damages his self-esteem, and every time he fails, it's his father's mocking voice he hears. But he manages to not only help save the world, he also saves his father and comes to terms with his past. He overcame so much, and even when he finds out that he isn't real, that he's going to disappear, he remains calm, stoic, and determined to do the right thing. And he literally sacrifices himself to save others, something he was able to do by dealing with his past, his repressed memories, his forgotten truths. So, these games challenge player identification by revealing to players that the character they have been identifying with so far is not really all they appear to be. In this process, they provide substantial meta-commentary on the nature and experience of gameplay itself. In addition to this, these games engage with some interesting ideas regarding the relationship between memory and identity, and present heroes with some kind of memory loss or disorder caused either by injury, repression, trauma, or mental illness. This manifests as identity crises, but all of them manage to reconcile their pasts with who they are now, who they want to be. And not only does this show that strong, capable leaders and heroes can have mental illnesses, PTSD, and experience sadness, fear, anxiety, depression, grief, and self-doubt, it also sends a hopeful message. We're not bound by our memories, though we need to confront, understand, and accept our pasts. We determine our futures. So while the trope of the amnesiac orphan seems trite, these games are really only using it on a superficial level. Upon closer inspection, they show that forgetting, repressing, or wanting to forget past pain and trauma is universal. Self-doubt and depression during the process of remembering is normal. None of that stops you from being a hero and saving the world, especially if you've got a strong support network to help you along the way. So we know that JRPGs are all about the power of friendship, and while that's kind of funny to joke about, it's actually a really nuanced, mature, and important message. People might not think of games from the mid to late 90s as being particularly mature or nuanced, but I think they actually were. And I think it's important to remember from a game design perspective, there are many ways to incorporate mental illness in games and weave meaningful messages and themes into the narrative. Like these characters, we can learn a lot of lessons from the past. Thank you. Sorry if I went a tiny bit over time.
Okay, not much. Thanks a lot for that very engaging presentation. So I'm going to move on to Stefano Caselli now, and then we'll have some discussion after that. So Stefano is currently a PhD student at the Institute of Digital Games in Malta, and his research focuses on memory, in fact, in digital games, collecting both collective and individual, philosophy of technology, existential ludology. He's interested in historical game studies, heritage studies, digital memory studies, and he collaborates with the Italian Cultural Association, which aims to map Italy from a video game-oriented perspective. And so he's done work in heritage and museums as well. So we will hear from Stefano, Memories in the Ghost World, Cherished Objects and Identity Design in MMORPGs Dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. And thank you everyone for your participation in this workshop as well. With this presentation, I would like to share with you a part of my ongoing research on memory and digital games. And in particular, I'm interested in dealing with how memory could take part in the construction of virtual hybrid identities. I will focus especially on digital dwellings as part of virtual identity design, and I will briefly use Final Fantasy XIV as an example for this. Yeah, it may be redundant, another Final Fantasy, but it was a good example. To deepen how we engage with virtual identities, I based on identity theories from avatar studies and memory studies. For what concerns avatar studies in dealing with identity, we cannot but mention how the identity of a game character is co-constituted by that of the avatar and that of the player. The character identity is a sort of amalgam of both these identities, caught in a continuous exchange of roles, attitudes, and backgrounds. It is not productive to distinguish between what in the identity of a character belongs to the player or to the avatar. One can choose, for example, to behave or to appear due to constraints imposed by the gameplay, the game world, real-life identity, attitudes, and so on. And these constraints, of course, take part in an interlinked process of identity presentation and identity design. Such process defines the character as a whole, from its appearance to its belongings, and from its behavior to its voice. This hybrid identity emerges differently from different kinds of games, of course, from heavily constrained single-player games to more free MMORPGs. Here I have some example of identity design in digital games for what concerns physical appearance, in this case. We could, for example, try to ask ourselves, why does this character have this nose? Is it due to the fact that the corresponding player has a similar nose? Or is it, for example, why, because the player likes Cyrano de Bergerac? Is it because the player just wants to have some fun? We cannot know this. Similarly, here we have another example of identity design through weaponry. Just as before, we could ask, why is this character so heavily armored? There are, of course, several factors at play, including, for what concerns weaponry especially, the setting of the game world, the game genre, its fictional world building, its rules, history, and so on and so forth. As mentioned before at the beginning of this presentation, I'm interested today in a specific kind of identity design within digital games, that of dwellings. In a way that is similar to weaponry and physical appearance, digital dwellings can be furnished or customized according to aesthetic preferences, functional choices, or in-game accomplishments. Just how the way in which we appear and behave in real life takes part in our identity and identity presentation, same goes for how we customize or furnish the space we live in. Similarly, our digital dwellings can be seen as cradles for our digital selves and can therefore take part in our processes of identity design. For what concerns memory studies, I shall briefly mention that, of course, is well established how memory is pivotal for the development of our identity. Other than that, it is discussed within the field how retrospective remembering could favor critical reflexivity and therefore help the development of personal identity. Retrospective remembering can happen through dialogue and of course other processes, but of course it could be favored or triggered by specific triggers. By defining memory cueing as the retrospective remembering triggered by memory cues, Ziliema and other authors focus on how people remember their past by focusing on personal cherished items. Such cherished items can be called mementos or memorabilia or memory cues. In what follows, I will show how we can use Final Fantasy XIV's housing system to deal with how even our digital dwellings can be furnished or embellished with mementos, memorabilia, or memory cues, and therefore can take part in the development of our virtual identity through memory. Such topic, of course, is still in need of a systematic treatment. Rather than that, I will limit myself to mention how memory cueing in Final Fantasy XIV's digital dwellings could be fruitful to observe for what concerns virtual memory and identity. In the absence of systematic interviews or questionnaires, I provisionally relied on how people described their dwellings through YouTube videos, for example. As you can read from these transcriptions, it is pretty evident that digital houses, just like their actual counterparts, are dotted with mementos, cherished items, or in general furniture that can trigger memory, or that are chosen due to the memories they evoke. Here, for example, we have a fireplace and a fish tank, which the landlord describes in relation to the memories of his actual identity. Being the housing system of Final Fantasy XIV very wide, one can customize his or her dwelling in a lot of varied different ways. One can, for example, have posters from other games attached to the walls, action figures, weapons, furniture of different styles, characters, guest stars, and so on. I think that by analyzing Final Fantasy XIV's dwellings, one could focus on different kinds of mementos or memory cues, and therefore draw a meaningful conclusion for what concerns identity design and memory. The point is that just like the character's identity in MMORPGs is an amalgam of the identities of the players and of the avatar, so is his or her memory. This is particularly evident for what concerns in-game trophies. Are they there because the avatar is particularly proud of them, or because the player is so? Are they bound to particular memories, and what kind of memories are they? There is also a precise reason why I decided to focus on MMORPGs. Unlike other online worlds such as Second Life, for example, MMORPGs entail narratives, fabulas, and stories. Players deal not only with the digital space within MMORPGs, but also with characters, stories, and so on during their engagement with the game. And this fact, the fact that these worlds are persistent and shared, leads to what Tixon Hitchens terms the ghostly nature of MMORPGs worlds. In other words, MMORPGs are ghost worlds as they do not allow players' actions to have permanent consequences of any sort on the game world. Players, and therefore avatars, and therefore characters, cannot mark these worlds. And this leads us to the concept of memory mark. The concept of memory mark is discussed by, among others, William Uricchio, and is useful as it describes precisely how humans, in this case players, tend to mark the space they inhabit with traces of their experiences. This happens within digital spaces as well. The focus on digital dwellings of MMORPGs can provide insights for what concern how players are engaged in a continuous quest for the permanence of their own identities within ghost worlds and narratives, which are ghostly precisely for their technological boundaries. By understanding memory cues and mementos in digital dwellings as memory markers, we can expect how our virtual identities strive to exist through memory markers in digital game worlds. Let me conclude with an example and a question. Here you see a photograph of a wedding celebrated in Final Fantasy XIV. And what happens in the game flow of this MMORPG is basically that you level your character during a number of journeys and adventures. You buy a house, you furnish it, and then you get, for example, you can, of course, you also cannot, but you can get married. You can invite all the characters you got in touch before, take a picture, and then put this picture on a table in your house. It is obvious that such a photograph is a memory mark, as I described them during this presentation. But how many different memory markers do digital games allow us to produce? How can we categorize and analyze these memory markers? The answer is exactly what I'm dealing with my ongoing research. And for now, I just wanted to discuss with you during this workshop the theoretical basis of this project, of course. Thank you, everyone. I try to stop the sharing. Okay, done.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Stefano. So yeah, we're going to go with the raising hands thing, and I'll Giorgio, did you have your hand up? So we're taking questions and comments for both. So I'm seeing Tiernan, right? Yes, okay. Okay, I'm just trying to unmute. No, yes. Sorry about this. Okay, so I'm unmuting Giorgio. Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks to both speakers for a very interesting presentation they made. I actually have questions for both of them. In the case of Sarah, it is more of a curiosity that I have, and that would be, I also remember playing many JRPGs that have the theme of memory loss in them, but many of them also have a mute protagonist, which means that contrary to Final Fantasy, they don't really have a voice. And I wondered if you have thought about that. I think of games like Persona 2, for instance, and if that features in your research to a certain degree, how the voice of your protagonist is an influence in that. And for Stefano, I think it was very interesting that the first slide was Animal Crossing. One thing that I associated immediately with that is the fact that as you play the game, and if it is a game that involves a high degree of personalization, you also form memories that are inside of the game. And in my Animal Crossing house, for instance, even in the few months that I've played it, I already had developed a lot of memories of play session that do not necessarily have to do with my real life, but have to do with the way that I played the game. So I wondered if that plays a role in your research too. Thanks a lot.
Sarah, you'd like to answer first?
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks for the question. No, it's a really good point. A lot of them use that sort of silent protagonist trope. I've talked about it in my published work in terms of the Legend of Zelda series, because of course, Link only kind of grunts and makes noises while he's fighting. Otherwise, he doesn't have a voice. And how that sort of functions as a way to make the character relatable from the developer's perspectives. Of course, they've given many interviews on their inspiration for Link. Like obviously visually Peter Pan can, etc. And the fact that they made him a silent protagonist was precisely to try and encourage this whole tabula rasa, blank slate merging thing. Again, developers are pretty, like, or at least like Japanese game developers are pretty convinced that that helps. And I think that players generally, it's kind of hit or miss. Some players really prefer having a character that is fully fleshed out, and other players prefer to have one that is just sort of quiet, doesn't have his or her own voice, and others prefer the fully customizable protagonist, obviously. And it's interesting that the trope of the silent protagonist is talked about in terms of like an old school like design trope, but actually in Japanese RPGs, as you pointed out, like it's ongoing. Like there are games coming out like recently that still have this trope, including the Persona series, but also obviously Legend of Zelda and also Xenoblade, and game, not the newest one, but the second one, X, I guess. And so recent games have this trope. And I think it's really interesting in terms of assuming that not giving the player or not giving the character a voice would be able to facilitate this identification. Because a lot of players talk about how they can identify just fine with a fully fleshed out protagonist that has their own voice, their own backstory, and everything. And others talk about how they need that protagonist to be quiet. So looking at what players have talked about is really contradictory. So in my research, it's kind of interesting because developers have one narrative in terms of their inspiration and reasoning, and players have another in terms of how they feel about it. And there are definitely preferences for sure. In my own gameplay experience, I like all the approaches. I think they all work. And so it's really interesting to think about what's happening when I'm sort of interacting with someone like Geralt of Rivia from the Witcher series versus someone like Link from The Legend of Zelda, which is why I'm interested in these Final Fantasy protagonists, because like I said, they're somewhere in between. They have their own voice and their own sort of backstories and everything, but a lot of their backstory is gone, and so you discover it along with them, and a lot of the time they're quite taciturn, like especially Squall is notoriously sort of like ... is all he says. So it's interesting how they occupy a kind of middle ground, but it is a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you too for your question, which is very interesting question because it gets the point of my presentation as well. Because the most interesting thing of the whole thing of saying that a virtual identity is an amalgam that in some way conflates all the identities of the players and of the avatars, means that you won't only have the avatar's memories and the player's memories, for example, in how the character is furnishing or embellishing his dwelling. But of course, you would have, for example, some memories of things, of events that are lived jointly by both of them. For example, when you dig into a dungeon, you can remember things of that run on that dungeon, and you can design the identity of your own character basing on that memories. And this happens, of course, in Animal Crossing, because in Animal Crossing, as you mentioned, you have a lot of hours spent in Animal Crossing. You do a lot of things, and then you not only embellish or customize your space, the space you live in, or your character according to your personal preferences or your memories, not only due to the constraints of the game and of the gameplay, and so on, the memories of who designs the game. Why not? Maybe a designer makes a cloth with a specific color because that color reminds him or her to a previous experience. Anyone can tell. But most importantly, you become your space and your customization of the identity of your character become all constrained by the experience of engaging the game itself. So there are different kinds of identities and different kinds of memories, one of which is an in-between memory, which is lived by an identity which is both actual and fictional, as to say, and other things. most important. So it's some kind of this amalgam identity in between of different realities, different rules and different constraints. And that's exactly the point which I was going to make with this presentation. So thank you again.
Tiernan, you have a question?
Sorry, I didn't actually have a question. I may have accidentally raised my hand when I was trying to clap. But thank you for your excellent talks.
So any other question or comment? I have a question on sort of the ambivalence that this gives rise to, right? In Sarah's paper, well, there is this problematization of identification and inhabiting, which could give rise to a certain ambivalence. And I'm curious about the attitude suggested in Stefano's paper as well, where, is there something that's often associated with nostalgia, right? And even kind of memory making in the form of something like pictures, which arguably displace the reality and the kind of Susan Sontag's critique of that. But is there something that indicates the dissatisfaction with the here and now in that? Sorry. I'll unmute Sarah.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Ambivalence is really key with these characters because as you sort of progress through the game, you realize more and more, and sometimes there's a lot of foreshadowing and sometimes there isn't at all and it comes totally out of left field. But basically you realize that these characters aren't who you thought they were. And I personally, in my playthrough, for the first time, found it very shocking with Cloud. I did not see that coming. And so playing the remake and knowing what happens, I'm like, oh, there's so much more foreshadowing in the remake than there was in the original. Like they're really going hard with this. But it is interesting, and it potentially does jeopardize identification because up until that point, you think you know who you're playing as. You think you understand this character, whether you like them or not, right? Because they all have their own personalities. And Squall, for example, is notoriously unlikable, whereas someone like Zidane is very charming, although maybe a little bit problematic in various ways with how he interacts with women. But it is interesting. Some players have been really turned off by that reveal, by finding something out. Though it depends. So in the case of Cloud, and actually a lot of them, it tends to be like seen as not their fault, like this narrative of sort of something happened to them and this sort of like is how they coped with their trauma, a lot of the time through forgetting, but in the case of Cloud, really extreme identity disorder. And so I think that narrative of mental illness and understanding it as mental illness, right, which is something that, I don't know, maybe scholars weren't talking about as much back then, but it just isn't talked about very much, is something that allows for, I don't know, some kind of like forgiveness or acceptance of the fact that they're not who they said they were, but that's okay, because like you still developed this relationship with them up until that point, and because you feel strongly about them, probably you're willing to like go ahead with it and continue being like, it's okay that this happened and you fooled me just as much as you fooled everybody else or yourself, but we'll keep going with this story and I'll still like you. But there are some players who have talked about being really turned off by certain reveals in games revealing these sort of problematic pasts or traumatizing pasts. So it is interesting, and it does lead to an ambivalence for sure. That's a great word for it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your answer, for your question, Krista. And of course, the ambivalence is a good term to define in general also the existential and the identity relationship between players and avatars, and therefore the nature itself of the character as this in-between entity is ambivalent for its own definition. So I think that, of course, the fact that you customize, that you have some affordances for what concerns the identity you design in game, but that identity does not belong to you at all. I mean, it's constrained by not only technological limitation, by its own voice for what happens, for example, in single player games, adventure games, or RPGs. Or okay, at times you can customize that voice, but that voice still is a voice on its own, unless you use your microphone to interact with other players. Otherwise, you have to, okay, you can change the color of your skin, you can change your face, but there are all assets, and you can only customize in between these limits that the game allow you to afford. So basically, the relationship with your character, with the identity of your character, is always some kind of weird relationship, because of course it's something that belongs to you, but at the same time it's something that it's an experience of complete otherness, not only because it's digital and it's a machine, but most importantly because it has its own memories, it has its own identity at a certain degree. Of course, it could be narratively provided, it could be provided in flashbacks, or it could be only something you can imagine, but of course it still has that. So of course that character will always be something really strange and really ambivalent, in as much as it will always live in between these two kind of reality, one of which is the past and the present, and one of which is the future, of course, because the character is already designed, but at the same time you are playing with it and you are projecting it into the future with you. So that's, I think that ambivalence is the right term to name this process, this ambiguity.
Thank you. Thank you. We are a bit over 10 minutes of time, but I mean, we shouldn't be running too much over. Thanks a lot for that, to really engaging, provocative presentations. We can move on to the second group. Stefano, if you'd like to introduce the...
Okay. The second part of this workshop is based on history of games and nostalgia of games. And the first paper, the first presentation is by Elina Roignotti, who is a sociologist and a postdoctoral researcher in Pantheon University with a scholarship from the Greek State Scholarship Foundation. Her research interests include the study of game space, as well as the structural relationships between game culture and political practices. She is co-editor of the collective volume Digital Games, Philosophical, Social and Cultural Searchings, and she was the director of the B2B event Athens Games Festival for 2017 and 2018, an adjunct lecturer for the University of West Attica. Recently, she started working for Pixel Rain, a Greek video game studio in Athens, as a business developer manager. Her presentation is titled "Our Cultural Collective Memory Are Video Games." I go on and unmute her. Of course, if I manage to do so, okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Fine, yeah.
Yes, hi Stefano.
I can hear you and we can see you as well.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I should share my screen right now. Share. Okay. Hope you all see the PowerPoint, right? Okay, great. So, hi guys, I'm Melina Ragnotti. I'm a postdoctoral game researcher from Greece. Happy to be here. More happy that I'm able to participate and watch here your very interesting presentations. My field of research is the so-called video game production research, and I'm here to share with you some first thoughts and some preliminary results of my research that have started like 6 months ago. So the title is Our Cultural Collective Memory, Our Video Game. And when we talk about collective memory, the first thing that pops into our mind is the very familiar term of death of a video game. And when we talk about the death of a video game is when players, of course, quit a game. We have seen a lot of online abandoned worlds. But it's also when developers abandon their own games, specifically when we talk about indie game developers. So we have a lot of game studios shutting down. We have orphan works, of course. We have games that are now roaming free in the internet, and we have digital activists trying to preserve them. And of course, there are all these cases of misplaced files, misplaced game design documents and artworks, or like the very well-known case of the first copy of Prince of Persia that was misplaced from its creator for many years, in which these are all archives that we tend and knowledge that we tend to lose, and it's a collective cultural loss for everyone. So the basic question is, why do we actually care? And there are a lot of questions about, a lot of answers about that. But probably the one that I'm really interested in, because games produce cultural and symbolic meanings that we share, negotiate, and re-examine collectively. And in a symbolic way, games contains layers of learning experience among all previous games that each other, and this is not something new. This kind of learning procedure is not a new thing. We'll remember Levi-Strauss talking about myths and narratives and fairy tales and oral narratives, which says that he can which as Levi-Strauss told, can reveal the structure of the world, and this world is in a way intercultural, transnational, and probably transhistorical. Recurring themes of loss in fairy tales, of sickness, of courage, of justice, permit fairy tales and creating a kind of intercultural narrative. And in this way, you can find different, the same. We can find recurring themes. Yes, in different countries around the world. For example, the story of Cinderella can be found in 9 different countries. And this is something that happens exactly and function exactly the same in games, and specifically in traditional games, which might serve as social markers. For example, we can find different versions of similar mechanics in different times, different time zones, and different countries. For example, hopscotch in Greece is called Cucho, in Spain is Rauiela, and sorry for everyone who actually speaks Spanish. In French is Mareye, in Philippines is Pico, and we can find its origins in ancient Britain during the early Roman Empire. So in this term, games are experience that we tend to share, but at the same time we use it as cultural vessels. In this context, and parallel to with the effort of being made today to preserve video games as interactive archives, what we ought to keep in mind and turn our attention to the national cultural ludology to see what kind of cultural elements we can see in our games, and in this way capture the cultural paradigm of a specific techno-social period of time. And of course, this is a goal which is quite an ambitious maybe, and sometimes mission impossible, because due to the fact that, as all we know, the global game industry is globalized and at the same time overly hyper concentrated in terms of economic and political power. So there we have really good examples in specific countries like Mexico, like Iran, in which the local game productions have something new to show off. We can discern specific cultural elements through their games. So my postdoc was to understand what we collectively produce in Greece in video games, why we produce that, under which circumstances, what kind of translocal tendencies interrupt or interfere in this procedure, what kind of cultural characteristics we can discern, and how current national and transnational policies like tax credit and national funds affect game development. And I use this parameter like a tax credit and incentives, because which is really hot and really hot over the last decade or 5 to 6 years, because in the core of these incentives in these programs lies a boosting of the local game industry, and they impose a kind of cultural test. So it's a parameter that we ought to take into consideration. My research design is semi-structured interviews with Greek game studios, which I have already fulfilled. Analyzing game cultural codes, examining narrative mechanics or aesthetic elements that might exist, and they might have some cultural identity, and they might found in the previous stage, and create visual maps of the so-called Greek game, video game. And of course, to ask the question if there is a Greek, if there is an identity that we can attribute to the Greek products and the Greek video games. But in order to understand, of course, our present and understand the future, we ought to take a look of our history. So I started trying to examine games in ancient Greek, so I can combine games culture and, of course, history of Greece. And truly, I found a lot of interesting examples which I would like to share with you. First, of course, games in ancient Greece were played with animal bones, as you understand, had a very strong ritual symbolic meaning, and were part of the political education of young people. I suppose everybody knows about that in ancient Greek philosophy was a kind of mind game. So game had really different meanings, and very popular actual games like tug of war were celebrating endurance and strength, which were important characteristics of a war society, ancient Greece. According to Xenophon Posinda, a game in which children were trying to guess if the other children was hiding a not or even amount of astragalia, animal ankles, were preparing children for scams of war. So some preliminary results of my study. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, was first I found out that there was a short collective memory in the Greek game industry regarding even studios that were operating in the early 2000s. There was the common assumption that before that there were any kind of game companies in Greece. So I did a little bit digging in PC magazines and PC games, and I found that in early 90s, this is from 1993, there was a Greek video game company called Spin Software Developer that was producing PC games, which was very popular. So this is important because all the studios and all the professionals who are working in the game studio had a really false image, false thought that video game development in Greece started somewhere in the mid of 2000. Secondly, cultural identity is identified with Greek mythology and ancient history. That was not a surprise, of course, but most of the Greek game developers didn't want to use these kind of things because they thought they were overexploited by the film and game industry in general. And more interestingly, who wouldn't want their games identified with nationalist movements, because in Greece, national movements use in the core of their identity mythology and the Greek ancient spirit or something like that. But as we go through with the narratives and the interviews, they thought that in the future would like to use their current experiences, for example, personal experience from life in the Greek village or urban life in Greece right now, as a cultural reference inside the game. Something really interesting, and we'll see if that will happen, of course. Current policies like cash rebate, which we have already now in Greece since 2019, is considered to be very helpful, giving the opportunity to game developers to rethink on adding cultural reference to their games, which is kind of strange because it's like they have a game, they will add cultural reference in order to get this incentive. But of course, there were some developers claimed that the game should be recognized as cultural products per se and not being imposed to specific cultural criteria like Greek narrative text or Greek music. So this is something which is ongoing. This is okay. This is some of the first results. Hope I was on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. And of course, I will leave the questions for later at the end of part of the workshop. Oh, God. Now it's the turn of Eduardo Henry Ljorsen, who is a PhD candidate in communication sciences at the Universidade do Vale do Rios dos Sinos, Brazil. He was a junior visiting fellow at the gamification lab at Leuphana University Lüneburg, and he holds a master's degree in social communication and an art and design bachelor's degree. His main areas of interest include the cultural histories of design, media infrastructures, geopolitics, and philosophy of technology. I think he has a pre-recorded video for us. And I have to unmute him. Okay.
Everyone, thanks for the previous presentations, and thanks Stefano for this introduction. I'll just share my screen here so I can properly share this video presentation that I prepared. So please let me know if, in case this the audio is a bit messed up in the reproduction. Just a bit.
No, we can't hear you, Eduardo.
I just started to the talking part of the video. Can I play just a bit to check if it's just a volume? Oh, sorry, I haven't marked the.
Okay. That computer audio stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
It's on the left. It should be on the left.
Yes, right now I think it will work. Just go back a little bit. Ruins had very diverse meanings and interpretations. Can you hear it now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'll just set it back a bit. Right. If we look throughout history, we'll find that in different times the imagery of ruins had very diverse meanings and interpretations. Ruins were objects of admiration for romantic artists, a figuration of trauma for post-war subjectivities, a war-praising tool for belligerent leaders, a symbol of lost knowledge for scientists, and memories to conserve for cultural heritage initiatives. Here though, I'll entangle the audiovisual ruins displayed in contemporary computer games with a deeply infrastructural layer of contemporary ruination, one that is directly related to technological obsolescence. This layer may be assessed by observing the geopolitical cycle of disposal of digital artifacts, which leaves a far-reaching trail of material ruins. By doing this, I argue that the graphic renditions of decay that escalate in digital games are a sort of memorial image of a planetary scale infrastructure of electronic waste disposal. There is a vast quantity of plugins to model downfall in a realistic way in digital environments. Unreal Engine, the popular game development tool for instance, presents several features such as the Chaos Destruction System, a collection of resources that designers can use to achieve cinematic quality levels of destruction in real time, the Geometry Collection that provides items to be destroyed, the Fracturing Editor to define how items are destroyed, clustering to define varying levels to break items apart, the connection graph to manage the connection between the broken pieces, among many others. Such tools offer increasingly detailed options for the implementation of audiovisual ruination in digital games. As Matthias Fuchs puts it, even nature in game visuals often becomes more corroded than it once was. Trees have to have moss on the bark, the feet on the ground have to trace dust tracks, and the air needs to be filled with fog and smoke. One does not have to look any further to realize that there is a very systematic methodology for breaking objects apart, and to simulate decay at many different levels of game design. But I also wish to highlight how the aspects of ruins in game worlds underline the fundamental relations of processing capacity and computer storage with contemporary game design, especially in the case of AAA games as industry standards. Game images and designer tools for implementing highly detailed ruins help to push further the very need for updating. Computer industry usually recommends that to keep up to date with image, sound, and performance standards, one should replace computer parts each 36 months at most. It sounds paradoxical, but in order to create an imperfect world, you would need a perfect computer. In this sense, gaming is central to the hardware industry, especially if we think about the logic of planned obsolescence. The constant offer of fresher and newer computer equipment programmed for their own elimination hastens the physical decay of its still very recent parts. In this scenario, electronic waste is a material reminder of industrial design politics. But the fact is that the very term planned obsolescence gives us the impression that after being discarded, the unused hardware will simply be gone. Despite the fantasies of erasing the old to construct the entirely new, though, the obsolete material does not go away, it only goes elsewhere. It is not very common to see the dumping of computer pieces precisely because the waste is usually taken to the inner peripheries of each country and in many cases abroad, more often moving from developed to developing countries. A social materialist observer might say that deterioration is not equally distributed. According to the Basel Action Network, 34% of the electronic waste produced in developed countries moved offshores. 93% of the deployments that leave from the US, China, and the European Union countries travel to Eastern Asia. 85% of the electronic waste entering Nigeria departs from the same regions. Hong Kong systematically receives e-waste from the city of Houston. It is important to state, though, that most of these transactions disregard international treaties, and that they are usually settled as backroom deals between private companies both from the country sending as from the one receiving the cargo. It is usually cheaper for companies to ship waste to other parts of the world than to recycle it properly at home. These companies sell costly commodities at very attractive prices to recycling facilities in other nations. To get cheaper commodities, the receiving company accepts irregular loads of e-waste together with it. In this very peculiar kind of supply chain of waste, let's call it this way, the often overlooked space of the ocean grants an opportunity to deploy large amounts of cargo at once. This is an important aspect to consider because it shows how wasted electronics make a fluvial movement towards locations previously, if not historically, assigned for material ruination. Thus, planned obsolescence presupposes a multilateral scattering of ruins that, in an age of planetary scale computation, tends to extend critical issues of political geography. As Benjamin Breton puts it, quote, electronic waste inverts the process that pulls reserves of metal from the ground and reburies them, sometimes a continent away and sometimes right next door. Minerals originally sourced from the Congo might make their way to California via China before being pulled by hand from a dead phone and burned or buried in Ghana or Nigeria, a short distance from their source, unquote. Shipped to locations where they can be further dismantled, wasted machines are said to become a different kind of commodity. After the disposal of sound and video cards, processors, hard drives, motherboards, and so on, there is a subsequent stratum of the phenomenon of planned obsolescence to consider. About 40% of heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, and mercury found in landfills come from electronic discards. The main components of computers are plastic, copper, silicon, and solvents. Moreover, circuit boards alone carry more than 15 different chemical elements. It may be more accurate to say that, instead of vanishing, here media leak and infect. In the scrapyard of Agbobloshi in Ghana, researchers have found that the eggs of free-range chickens raised in the area contain the highest levels ever measured of several dioxins and furans, among other toxic elements. The processes of burning and smashing gears to extract the metals release highly hazardous chemicals that infect the soil. Cattle are raised in the scrap area as well, and the animals pick their food from among the soil and the location. After crossing the ocean, wasted hardware ends up seeping into the land. The discarded media find a destination in between soil and humans in the food supply. Obsolete media become the ingested memories of a very short-sighted perspective on technological progress in times of its global scalability. If once such media were constituent parts of high-performance computers supporting state-of-the-art visions of decay in game worlds, now they become core drivers of organic and environmental processes of ruination. Like a sort of inverted déjà vu, the technically refined images of ruins in contemporary games can be thought of as memories of future waste escalation. The excess of ruins in ludic environments may remind us of the stacks of e-waste to come, the ruins of excess that will sail from one continent to another to find their destination following previously defined geopolitical leanings. The memory of such ruins should make us aware of the ecological and geopolitical implications of a politics of accelerated expenditure. Perhaps these ruins leave us no choice but to move on through reparation, recognizing the unequal distribution of infrastructural ruination as a matter where design, politics, and sovereignty intersect, an assessment we should make in order to address this issue in its urgency and complexity. So, yeah, that was it. I guess I already explored all of my time, so I'll leave further comments for the discussion, right?
Thank you very much for your presentation, your interesting presentation. As for Lina, I would suggest to keep your comments and questions for the end of this part of the workshop. And for now, I leave Krista to the other two presentations of this part on history and nostalgia of games.
Thank you. So we're moving on to Gerard Hansen, whose research is currently in game studies, and his dissertation focuses on MMO nostalgia. He is currently a PhD student at the University of Oregon in the School of Journalism and Communication, and he received his MA in Mass Communications and BA in Communication from Brigham Young University. So I'll unmute So it's the crash and burn of Auto Assault, the history of a failed MMORPG, and its nostalgic memory. Over to Jared.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me see if I can remember. Yes. How to do this. Okay, so like I've been introduced, I'm Jared Hansen, and my presentation is on a video game that most people have not heard of. I know before I started this project, I had never heard of it, known as Auto Assault. And yeah, I'm just going to dive right in. So this quote comes from a really great but underlooked book by Mia Consalvo and Baggy. It says, "It's an unusual experience to write about a game that can no longer be played, with forums that have officially disappeared. Player memories linger on, and the game's most dedicated fans continue to reminisce, although in dwindling numbers and with increasingly less frequency." And I thought this quote from their book kind of encapsulates everything about my presentation, just in the fact that I'm also writing about a game that is inaccessible. The virtual world has disappeared, it's lost to time, and can no longer be played. And the forums themselves have also disappeared from the current internet. And so to study such a thing and experience is difficult to describe from a historical methods approach, but I'll try to describe what I did and how I was able to work around with these different restraints. So first question, what is Auto Assault? It was an MMORPG that was set in a cyberpunk post-apocalyptic wasteland where vehicular combat was a central mechanic. So, oh yeah, and it was developed by NetDevil and produced by NCSoft. NetDevil, the development company, has since gone bankrupt, and so tracing the source code of this game is impossible. But NCSoft is a big company in video games. They were responsible for Lineage, City of Heroes, WildStar, Guild Wars, and many more. So they have had a lot of experience in the MMORPG genre, and it's interesting that a lot of their favorite games have also gone into obsolescence. City of Heroes is also a favorite nostalgic MMORPG whose servers have been shut down. But I just wanted to have like a screenshot of what the game used to look like. So it's been described as a Mad Max style MMORPG. Mad Max being a popular Hollywood franchise that centers on this post-apocalyptic wasteland where people run around in cars to fight and race and destroy each other. But basically, when this game Auto Assault arrived on the scene, it kind of tried to push the MMORPG genre in different directions by focusing less on a player that you control and more upon a vehicle that you upgrade, customize, and fight with. But at the same time, as you can tell from the screenshot, it still carries a lot of the similar trappings of an MMORPG. So something I really wanted to mention was the nostalgic memory for this game. So while the game and official forums have shut down, there are remnants of nostalgic memory that live on in games journalism. A lot of the current writings about this game come from a select handful of games journalists that continue.
Sorry, I'm very sorry about this, but because you're referring to a screenshot, and I think, I'm not sure, I assumed you had no slides, but are you supposed to be sharing screen?
Oh, I am supposed to be sharing a screen. I am so sorry that this is not working. Oops. Can you see this now? Okay. Oh my goodness, I've gone halfway through without showing anything. Oh well. At least you have seen my face, right? Okay. Here's my screenshot that I was referencing that no one saw. Oh man, I love Zoom. Okay, so nostalgic memory. Yes, so the current writings about this game come from a handful of games journalists who obviously were fans of the game and continue to write about it. This one that I have on the screen from Kotaku from 10 years ago featured Auto Assault front and center to kind of describe like what happens when these MMORPGs shut down. That's actually a promotional buggy that NetDevil produced that's hanging up in a studio somewhere. And it's interesting that this discarded promotional material is still around, kind of as like a metaphor for the discontinuation of the game itself. So my historical method, I kind of alluded to this earlier, but my methodology was to try and trace as many of the records as I could. The official forums for Auto Assault have been shut down, so I had to jump into the Wayback Machine on the Internet Archive, which was a lot of fun, actually. I like to think of it as kind of like a mystery, because you never know which link you'll click is broken and which one the archive snapshotted. But basically what I did was I went back to when the forums were online and tried to branch out into as many spaces as I could, looking at not only the official sites, but also links to fan sites to discover and uncover where communities around this game were arising. And so a lot of my findings came from 3 different types of sites. The first being the official forum, where people were talking about the game. The second being fan sites. So there were aggregators of MMORPG fan sites. One of them known as like 10 Ton Hammer or MMORPG.com. These sites hosted basically shards for, hey, if you're a fan of this popular MMORPG, here is a forum for that one, a forum for this other one, and a forum for this other one, kind of allowing for people, fans of the genre, to find their appropriate game. And then the third type of site that I explored in the archives was the review site. So places like GameSpot or Game Informer, which just posted their reviews of the game and allowed for fans to interact with. So here is my first source that I wanted to share with you. So this came from the official forum, and it is in response to the closure of the game. This fan said, that kicked in the teeth feeling, right. So who from NetDevil is going to talk to us and answer the final questions, put the last nail in the coffin, as it were? I'll play it until the very end. Damn NCSoft to hell. So anyone else, you in as well. So just kind of like this very passionate response to the game being closed. Obviously, as a fan, he's on the official forum, so the audience is a little bit different, and obviously their response to Audio Assault being closed was different than this source I found. This came from 10 Ton Hammer and their forum. This user was reacting to the negative reviews of the game at its launch. I think I failed to mention that one of the reasons this game failed was just because it received negative reviews and couldn't find an audience. So it had a very troubled history to gain traction, and this player had different, it kind of embodied some of the reactions that I found in this type of source for the game of, well, the game kind of stinks, but at the same time, like, we should give it a chance. I know it's flawed, but I want it to survive. And then this third source comes from a news article posted on GameSpot in 2007. It received 145 comments to the announcement that Auto Assault was being shut down. And all of these were, well, most of these were very negative. So these are just a couple that I pulled out. I beta tested this game and thought it was kind of fun. It's sad to see that it's going away now. When they ended the beta, I felt like there were a lot of issues left unresolved and the game didn't have a finished feel to it. What a shame. Another setback for original ideas. Bring on the WoW clones. And then this second post is obviously a lot more negative, talking about how the game couldn't find a good audience or was polished enough. So, and lastly, I kind of wanted to read this retrospective. So this was published on MMORPG.com in 2010, about 3 years after the game's official forums shut down. And it says, Auto Assault's combat and physics were unlike almost anything used in the online space. There are probably a dozen reasons why the title failed to gain an audience, but there are probably a few thousand people out there who wish it to have gone free to play instead of being shut down entirely. Rough around the edges it may have been, but it had a compelling gameplay and a lot of potential. And the reason why I pulled this quote is it kind of embodies the nostalgic reminiscence of Auto Assault moving into the future. When people write about it or talk about it after the game is shut down, it seems to focus on these same 2 points of, yes, it was flawed, but it was unique in that it, focused on vehicular combat. And number 2, it should have gone free to play. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that tracing the history of Auto Assault as a game, different communities had different sentiments about it when it was live. Looking back at official forums, which were positive, fan sites, which were mixed, and news sites, which were negative. And again, like I mentioned, however, since its demise, games journalism has focused on 2 aspects of its history, that it had a unique concept and that other monetization models could have saved it. So it was interesting to first try and uncover as much primary sources as I could talking about this game. They were obviously very varied in what they had to say, but moving into the future, when people write or talk about Auto Assault, it always focuses on these 2 principles. And so I feel like that's kind of an embodiment of how nostalgia shapes our experiences with the game. Obviously, it's harder to remember everything about a game that's been shut down. And so it's interesting that these were the 2 principles of Auto Assault that have continued. Okay, so that's basically my presentation.
Thanks for that. With and without visuals, it's very engaging. So we'll have the comments and questions after the next one. And next is Giorgio Chiappa. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Giorgio read German and English studies at the Università degli Studi di Milano, with a special focus on modern and contemporary literature, as well as theatre. And he's currently working on a PhD in the field of German theatre history at the Freie Universität Berlin. Maybe I think I probably got that pronunciation wrong, in Berlin, in Germany. He hopes to use the insights gained from the disciplines he has frequented during his academic career to expand research interests into game studies. And he'll be talking about a point-and-click visit to Vienna in sepia tone, the Lion Song, between historical and video game memory.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your introduction, Krista. Can you guys hear me fine? Great. And I'm going to share my screen now. Great. Where is it? Yeah. Good. Can you guys see the presentation all right? Okay. Well, I'd like to start then. Yes, so the title of my presentation is Point-and-Click Visit to Vienna in Sepia Tone, and it's about the game The Lion Song. The Lion Song is a point-and-click adventure game made by Vienna-based studio Me, and it appeared in 2016-2017 in 4 episodes. Every episode sees a different protagonist. You play as a musician, as a painter, as a mathematician, and the fourth episode is a choral one. And the whole game takes place in Vienna at the beginning of the 20th century. And it's a crucial phase for the history of Vienna and Austria in general, because we're talking of the last years of the Habsburg Empire. So we have an empire basically teetering on its dissolution, but also a very peculiar city, a city which is the center of an international empire, the cultural center too, and in which a lot of different disciplines come to touch and influence each other, from psychoanalysis to the secessionist Vienna of painting and the secessionist school of painting and arts and literature, the philosophy of language and mathematics. And the Lion Song, in a way, is a homage to these cultural seasons, and you play as different fictitious representatives of this cultural word. So I wanted to ask whether the Lion Song, what kind of homage does the Lion Song pay in terms of memory culture to this phase of Vienna's history? Specifically because the history of Vienna in that sense is really peculiar and quite complicated. If you go to Vienna today, as Erika Bourguignon, an anthropologist, has observed, you will see certain traces of the city's past and certain traces are completely obliterated. And one of the things that you see most prominently is what Bourguignon defines as massive quantities of Habsburg kitsch. And the early part of the 20th century is definitely a side of that. You see fonts, you see illustrations, you see places being commemorated related to the Vienna Secessionist School in particular, and to Klimt most of all. So does the Lion Song comply with that sanctioned narrative, or does it attempt to do something different? But before talking about memory culture per se, I would like to say something more about the way that the game commemorates game history itself, because the two dimensions definitely intertwine. And as I've said, the Lion Song is a point-and-click adventure, and it harks back to classic point-and-click adventures by LucasArts, came from the early 90s. As you can see, the presentation is very much similar. In the case of the Lion Song, you even have this sepia tone veneer that clearly tells us that we are looking at a point in the past that is pretty much distant from us. It is a word of yesterday, as Stefan Zeich defined, and we're looking at it as if we're looking through the lens of an old photograph. But also, and here it is a point where the limited resources of an indie game studio dovetail with very static intentions. You have, for instance, no voice acting in the game. The character of the figures in the game is expressed through color, through the movement and the changing of text on the screen. So it really made me think of a quotation by Simon Reynolds pertaining to popular music and the way that pop music today constantly quotes its own past, because I think that it applies to the Lion Song and to many other titles that we see today. And I quote from Reynolds: "The presence of the past in our lives has increased immeasurably and insidiously. Old stuff either directly permeates the present or lurks just beneath the surface of the current in the form of on-screen windows over time," end quote. And I think that definitely applies to a game like The Lion Song and to the way that it commemorates the past. And we see today constant re-editions and ports of older games, but also newer games that have this veneer of paying homage to the history of games. Another example for point-and-click adventures that came out quite recently is Thimbleweed Park, which came out in 2017. And it also commemorates the past of LucasArts adventure. The only thing which differentiates it from The Lion Song is the gameplay, because The Lion Song, contrary to Thimbleweed Park, is pretty much a game that caters to modern sensibilities. With Thimbleweed Park, from the UI, you can see very clearly, you have something in which the verbs of the game are the same verbs of an old LucasArts adventure. Not so with The Lion Song. The Lion Songs function pretty much like a Telltale game or a similar adventure game from today, in which most of the gameplay is taken up by the way that you take certain narrative paths, the way that you make decisions. And Tobias Unterhuber and Marcel Schellung, two German game scholars, have recently spoken of a decision turn for these games, which means that the gameplay features are mainly comprised in this game by the way that you advance for a narrative, the way that you shape your own path through the game, and how it reports, it can be confronted with the way that other players have made decisions. And that's exactly the way the Lion Song works. There are no complicated enigmas or puzzles in the game. You don't have an inventory system. You basically go through Vienna, interacting with people, selecting choices from a dialogue tree and stuff like that. And there are certain puzzles, but they're vestigial and they're more or less cosmetic in shape, and they just illustrate the creative process of your characters, but they're very, very bare bones. So I think that there's an interesting discrepancy here, which is typical of certain vintage-looking games, between aesthetic and presentation on the one hand, and form and gameplay on the other, trying to appeal to the nostalgia of the audience, but also not scaring them away too much with all the game mechanics. Now, how does that pertain to the way that the game presents memory culture in the case of Vienna? So one important thing about the Lion Song is that it creates and presents to the player a certain particular topography of the city. We have here the city center that we interact with during the game and we move through. And according to the character that you're playing, certain buildings and certain places become available or unavailable, also according to the choices that you make. And the interesting thing is that it is a topography that sort of delineates the modernist tradition of Vienna. It is a Vienna of the coffee houses, a Vienna of the art salons, a Vienna of the university lecture halls. And in a way, this reflects a certain idea in the sanctioned memory culture of Vienna, of cozy old Vienna. And I quote here from an essay by Franz Kuhner: "To the outside world, the social and intellectual life of the city presented an impression of unity, an amalgam of collective fictions about what it was to be typically Viennese. Behind these facades were wide differences. The Viennese have a great capacity for enjoying, in Kant's phrase, the manifold of experience, as long as the familiar background, the gemütlich, the cozy, is undisturbed." End quote. Now, I think that on the surface, the Lion Song does exactly that. It proposes to us a topography of Vienna, which is also a topography of the official memory culture about this period of the city. And as I've said before, these are the center of cultural production and cultural presentation, the coffee houses, the salons. But on the same time, it presents a clearly interesting way of making microhistory in the game. And what I mean by that is we are presented with fictitious protagonists that have to confront this world, that have to immerse themselves in this world and have to interact with the demimonde of Vienna. And there is a division in the game between the private space of their homes, of their studios, and the public space of the coffee houses and the place where they present or discuss their theory and art. And in that way, even in its very bare bones gameplay terms, I think that the game definitely creates definitely presents to the player what Eric Kandel, a psychiatrist, has defined as an inward turn that pervades all fields of inquiry for Vienna in this time. So I think it's a very interesting way of complicating matters here. And lastly, we have the gallery function of the game. Now, at the end of every episode, you have the possibility of seeing the statistics of the choices that players make and the choices that you made. You can revisit scenes to alter these decisions, but you also have the possibility of accessing galleries related to each episode from the main menu. And what you can do here is you see mementos and memorabilia of the decision that you have made, the kind of narrative branches that you have selected. And you see also blank spots. The blank spots can be filled in by replaying the games and uncovering new memories, but also this is particularly ominous, especially because the fourth episode that I won't discuss here because the time is running out, but the fourth episode basically is about the menace of war and the way that it destroyed the way of life of this older Vienna, of the modernist Vienna as we used to know it. So the thing that this gallery takes place outside of time, almost. You can speak with characters as if you were in a limbo, and you collect memories. If you fill out the whole gallery, you have collected memories of narrative branches that contradict each other. So I think that it's interesting that the game, in a way, turns memory into almost an interesting and very compelling collectathon. So that would be the end of my talk, and thank you for your attention. Yep, that's not related to the game, but I think thought it would be a nice way to end the talk. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for a really interesting talk. I would like to open it up to discussion. And of course, we've got the 4 papers to discuss. We'll have 15 minutes for discussion, so everything has moved a little bit. Sarah, if you can raise hands, that would be that I can see. Okay, Sarah has a question.
Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot about the raise hand function. Yeah, so thank you for your talks. They were great. I have a question for Jared. I'm interested about like many people, I'm interested in these dead worlds, these dead virtual worlds, because there's something spooky about them, something like a little bit creepy about these, like it's like a ghost town, but like a virtual ghost world. And like we're definitely not alone in this fascination, right? Like there's tons of, especially YouTube video essays on dead games. It's like a whole genre of the video essay. There's even one on auto assault, which might be useful for your research. And I basically wanted to ask you if you had thoughts on why this is so fascinating. Is it just sort of a process of mourning something that's lost? Or is there a kind of like mystery surrounding something that was once there and now is no longer accessible? Like with something like auto assault, we have sort of like screenshots and a little bit of gameplay footage and reviews, but really like because we can't access the thing itself, it remains shrouded in sort of mystery and nostalgia. So I've wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that fascination with these dead worlds, maybe also your own fascination. What drew you to this?
What initially drew me into this research topic was just because I'm actually involved in private servers for other dead MMORPGs, which is the concept of, oh yeah, the developer pulled the plug on these servers, but as fans, we're hosting our own version of it. And so that was kind of like a fascination I've had. Like I have nostalgia for these games, and so that's why I wanted to keep playing them as a player. But now as a researcher, I'm like, okay, why are people doing this? You know, and initially it was kind of like this ethical question of who owns the game experience, and why are fans willing to jump through these hoops to try and recapture these things? Because again, these virtual worlds, while they may have been persistent, at the same time, it was the experience of playing with other people that really made them what they are. You know, as a genre, MMORPGs are not really single player experiences. It's, hey, I played with hundreds of people, we did this raid, it was fun. And so trying to return to these dead, abandoned ghost town worlds kind of doesn't make sense on the surface, because you can't really recapture, you know, like the WoW classic days, because you're a different person. That experience doesn't exist anymore. Trying to answer your question as to why people are returning, I don't have a good answer yet. I need to delve into asking these questions of fans. From an outside perspective, what I've seen is it's kind of like a voyeuristic kind of thing. I have dabbled in these abandoned cyber worlds from my own experience, just because, again, like you said, it's like this ghost town, like this is kind of cool, mysterious kind of a thing. But I think other than players like that, some other motivations probably are nostalgia. Like, hey, I used to play this back in the day. I want to be in this game one more time. Hopefully that answers your question.
Any other comments or questions for any of the 4 or all of the 4? Stefano, okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find the raise hand function, the button. I didn't find it. By the way, I got a question. Actually, I got 2 questions. One is for Eduardo, and the other is for Elena. For what concerns the Renation presentation of Eduardo, I was interested in the definition of ruins. And for example, why a thing like, I don't know, there is a character, you shoot that character explodes in a lot of pieces. Why this is not a ruin? Or is this a ruin from your perspective? And as a consequence of this question, I'm interested in knowing if there is a way to interact with those ruins, and if they're still ruins, even if you interact with them. I don't know if it makes sense, but for example, that character who has exploded, or a wall you destroyed, and you have pieces of that wall and of that character. If you use those pieces, are they still a topographic image as you defined it, or they become something else? So they stop being ruins, or things that are defined by ruination. And what does this tell about technological obsolescence, as you mentioned it? For Elina, on the other hand, I wanted to ask, of course, you mentioned the fact that games, digital games, take part in the way in which we construct our cultural identity. I wanted to ask if this culture, how much this cultural identity was bound to the nationality and to national identity, because of course there's this trend of transnational memory, which of course is kind of confusing when one has to deal with how games or cultural artifacts more generally deal with how we construct our identity. I mean, it is hard to speak about a cultural identity which belongs to a nation, because our identities are always influenced by other cultures, other nations, and so our baggage of memories is more and more transcultural, transnational. So I wanted to ask you how you account this in your research. And that's it. Thank you both for your interesting presentations, of course.
Okay, should I begin?
Okay, I hope Eduardo was here.
Yeah, okay. Right, sorry. I had to move because of my internet connection, and right here where I am right now is a bit noisy, so I muted my audio again, sorry. So I'll just go into answering your question.
No, Eduardo, you stopped. At least for me.
Yeah.
Well, I think that you can proceed, Alina, and then
Okay.
when Eduardo comes back in, we can.
Okay. Stefan, thank you for the question. And to tell you the truth, my starting point was exactly that we see a really excellent exhibition, like in Victoria and Albert Museum, or like in Berlin, like last year about the LGBTQ exhibition. That is, these are exhibitions and these archives that are trying to preserve that global memory in video games. But at the same time, we can see we have really good examples and national examples from countries that have a really rich history, like from Mexico and Iran, where they found a way to incorporate some of their cultural identity inside the games. For example, in Iran, as far as my study concerns, it says that their main game developers, that they think it's video game development like a new age medium which they can express their feelings as a specific national group. And when I use the term national, it's like in the movies we have we have a specific we can share specific elements of our culture without so much be really without, you know, adopting, of course, a more a nationalist approach. Of course, this is really specific. So when I talk with these guys, with Greek game developers, to see how they see themselves in the global market and what kind of products they produce, first of all, I try to understand how they see themselves in the market, in the global market. If they have a specific identity as a game studio, if they see themselves as an artist or as businessmen. So, and what kind of elements they want to incorporate in the games, and if the games have a similar identity. So I started then talking about a national product, national video game, like in Poland, for example, and how Poland managed to create, to adopt video games as a cultural product. Or, for example, in Japan and the Japanese initiative, which is a whole approach on how to create images and products that are create a kind of intellectual and artistic tradition. So I think we can see this through. But for Greece, it's really early because the game developers are trying now with they're trying to survive just any indie studio is doing these days. But we have really good examples that in 10 years, for example, we might have a tradition from Greece and video games that would be specific elements we can discern in these kind of products. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
And for what concerns Eduardo, I don't know if it's with us. You are here?
Yes. Sorry again, Elena
No
and everyone. So, regarding the question of the concept of ruins that I explore in my work, this is really the first output of my new project. So the definition of ruins is purposely very broad here, in a way that I really am trying to make this as a sort of connective between this static and imagery concerning question of ruins in games with this infrastructural layer that I'm talking about. So the definition is really not solved, if I can say right now, but the why I use this word precisely and this concept more broadly is because, as in the example that you mentioned, that about the wall exploding, for example, and we have these sort of design mechanisms or design tools and features that keep pushing further the very need for processing capacity and so on, and we get this more specifically in AAA games. I guess that's very self-evident, right? And the way that this relates specifically to the case of e-waste is this, and specifically to technological obsolescence, is precisely the question of this project right now, is how this trend is related to this need to move all the remains, the material remains of this constant substitution or replacement of hardware further. And this, by this, I try to make this definition, at least for now, the broadest I can. Perhaps I there's something to still work, right? But it's just like this stretching is like a conceptual move right now, precisely to try to make these connections that are not self-evident. Sorry, Stefano, I don't know if there was anything else that I forgot to answer.
Yeah, another part of the question was if these ruins were to be experienced in some way, and if they still had to, can we still name them ruins if we use them? Or, but of course, I think that with your answer around the concept of ruination, you answered this. But of course, if you have anything else to say about that, I agree.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I tend to explore it as, like I say in the abstract, as a topographic image of ruins, and the experience of ruination in this way is really like the visual aspects of it right now, right? So I try to link with this imagery. Precisely with a more material grasp on ruination. That is what I tried to show in the video, right? With the images of this not so obsolescent media as the very term technological obsolescence tends to demonstrate or tries to demonstrate, but the very experience of this imagery of ruins with the material remains that that are shipped through routes where such hardware tends to be transforming to something else. There is something that I still want to explore that relates to this workshop, that is the Bergsonian concept of memory, right? And the idea that materiality itself is and a way of endurance of media, right? Or of memory, of image, true memory and true images. And so this is one of the ways that I still want to take this this discussion further. That is the transformation of hardware from this very like urgent need in software design to this material leftovers.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Okay.
Thank you. We have Tiernan who has a question. We have time for one, at most two other questions. We'll go to Tiernan. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all of the presenters. It's very thought-provoking talks. I did actually have two questions, but since I know we're limited on time, I'll just do one. And this is for Giorgio. And I was particularly interested, even just from the title of your talk, mentioning the sepia tone and the sorts of visual markers that are present in the Lion's Song to sort of link it to historical memory. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how much of that in your mind is related to actual historical memory or to real documentary history of Vienna as a real place that existed at that time, as opposed to markers of what you might call history as a genre that could also be applied to, you know, a fictional location to sort of mark that narrative as a pseudo-historical narrative. How much of that is just sort of our cultural associations with what history looks like, as opposed to attachment to an actual historical time and place?
Thank you for your question. Should I answer right away, Krista?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Where can I go? Well, I think I think that history in the game is more of a mood than a precise reconstruction, because what we do have is references to things that were going on at the moment. The salon where we go is actually the salon of Berta Zuckerkandel, one of the main arts patrons in Vienna back in the days, and we meet Klimt, we meet Freud. We hear of certain personalities in the background, but most of that is fictitious. And I think that the most punctual historical events that the game alludes to is really the First World War in the last episode, because in the last episode, you're on a train and you're heading towards the battlefields. So I think that's the only really realistic, so to speak, historical dimension in the game. For the rest, it is a question of illusions, it is a question of mood, and it's not so much really a question of narrative, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that satisfies the question. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think we could stop there and have a 15-minute break now. So if everyone's back by 5:10, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
See you at 5:10.
So, hello everyone. My apologies. I'm not fully awake yet. Hopefully the caffeine will kick in soon. Nonetheless, I'll begin. I hope everyone's back from the break. So this work I'm developing is at the intersection of video games, archives, and transitional justice, all of which are grounded by memory politics. Transitional justice is the full range of processes and mechanisms to come to terms with a legacy of large-scale past abuses. Transitional justice mechanisms include both judicial and non-judicial measures in order to ensure accountability, serve justice, and achieve reconciliation following legacies of war, dictatorship, civil conflict, and mass atrocities. My work in particular focuses on the non-judicial mechanisms of transitional justice, particularly acts of memorialization. Memorialization in various forms are integral mechanisms of transitional justice. They include films like the French documentary Night and Fog, or the Spanish primetime television drama Remember When. The politics of memory is ingrained in these memorializations, as seen in the preservation of memorial sites like the Killing Fields in Cambodia, a photo of which you can see on screen, or the actions and debates surrounding the taking down of Confederate monuments in America. In the aftermath of atrocity, these memory objects and practices allow engagements and efforts of working through the past, both at individual level and at much broader scale of societies, engendering transformation while promising to never forget. Memory politics of transitional justice is not just what we remember about atrocities, but also how we are being made to remember them, and to what end. Following this and borrowing the stated objective of this workshop, I'm interested in what video games have to contribute to the discussion of transitional justice, and in the ways transitional justice makes its own demand on video games, exploring its boundaries, including the ethical and the political. In my emerging work, I attempt to identify the primary draw from the intersections of cultural memory, archives, and transitional justice in historical games. Broadly, I seek to argue that video games can serve as a mechanism of registration or a referential artifact that links narratives across time while extending and sustaining the original violence beyond the moment of its occurrence. For this workshop, I'd like to explore a few of these broad ideas with you by sharing my initial musings and raise questions following my ongoing study of two games. Duterte Fighting Crime is a mobile shoot 'em up game inspired by the current violent and inhumane war on drugs in the Philippines. Through the Darkest of Times is a historical resistance strategy game taking place in Berlin during the Third Reich. These games offer multiple registers of violence, which idiosyncratically participate in the processing of terror, the recording and engagement of the past, and the formation of narratives and memory. In the case of Duterte, I wish to connect the ongoing debates regarding problematic statues being taken down with issues in video game preservation. As for Darkest, I wish to illustrate how video games can be an alternative archive of memory practices that go beyond the centering of trauma. In both cases, I echo and converse heavily with the work of Anne Rigney on memory and activism. In Duterte Fighting Crime, players control the authoritarian president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte. The goal is simple: walk the streets and kill drug users and political rivals along the way. The game weaves together political and popular cultural references, leading some to see it as a violent propaganda, while others treat it as a harmless entertainment. The game was released as Duterte's violent war on drugs raged on in the Philippines. Duterte, as a campaign promise, vowed to kill all drug users in the Philippines, even proclaiming that he wanted to slaughter drug addicts like the way Hitler killed Jews. Today, various human rights groups estimate around over 20,000 Filipinos have been slain in drug-related extrajudicial killings since Duterte took office. More than 100 organizations of mostly human rights groups across the globe demanded that the game be removed from the Apple and Google Play stores. They argued that these games valorize and normalize the emerging tyranny of Duterte's presidency and his government's disregard for human rights. That these games may seem harmless and fun, but when placed within the context of existing realities, they become offensive. In late 2017, Apple silently removed Duterte Fighting Crime and a handful of similar games from their platform. This particular case study can reopen discussions regarding violence in video games or video games as free speech vis-a-vis platform regulation. But I'm more interested in looking into how, in this case, the video game becomes a space for an object of contestation within transitional justice debates. Here, we explore parallelisms between why statues and video games are taken down under the discourses of justice, rights, and memory. Further, for us to figure out if there are alternatives to such actions. And Rigney argues that statues are not neutral objects, and in the case of Confederate monuments, they have the power to insult and attack, especially when they no longer express shared values or when memory ruptures begin to question both the past and the status quo. These memory objects are then defaced, destroyed, or taken down, as we have seen across the United States and Europe during the last couple of months. Some historians and scholars present alternative actions, such as relocation, refiguring, or resignifying, all of which aim to change the meaning of the monument without necessarily changing the monument itself. At the core of these acts is the acknowledgement that the past continues to be operative in the present, and that memory and response is a continuous process that accounts complex temporalities. Given video games like Duterte Fighting Crime that, like Confederate statues, have powers to insult and attack, how does the video game archivist make a decision? What gets taken down and what gets preserved? How can a video game be reconfigured or resignified? These are not questions of censorship or moderation, but rather these are questions of appraisal, specifically in relation to memory politics. The relatively nascent field of video game preservation, I argue, has yet to contend with these ethical and political issues. So, the second case study revolves around Through the Darkest of Times. The developers of this particular game calls it a historical resistance strategy game. The game opens in Berlin in 1933 at the onset of Hitler's rise to power and runs until the aftermath of the war in 1946. Players take on the role of a resistance leader, called to gather a small group of concerned citizens from different economic and political backgrounds, united by their yearning to fight, resist, and weaken the regime. The game advances in weekly turns in which players must allocate team members to a range of activities such as recruiting supporters, gathering funds, buying illicit supplies, and slapping anti-government slogans on city walls. Players watch as each action plays out. Success will increase the group's power and influence, but if poor choices are made, there's a good chance members could be spotted, followed, and eventually killed. The game is filled with moral choices designed to simulate life and resistance of ordinary people in World War II era Berlin. Players are asked when to wait and when to strike, to choose between helping someone or sacrificing a life, to strategize how best to build solidarity and how to deftly manage morale. It tasks the player with overcoming powerlessness and contending with fear and failure. The creators noted that they wanted to, quote, make a game which might have a positive effect on this whole polarized society that appears to be tipping towards totalitarianism. They draw overt references to contemporary parallels, particularly to Donald Trump. I'm making a not so subtle segue here. It is the first video game approved by Germany's Video Game Licensing Board to include swastikas and other Nazi symbols, including the SS insignia, straight-armed salute, and Hitler's likeness. Images that the creators insisted were integral to the game and their intent. And Wrigley argues that the study of memory, particularly the former rise of memory studies, has been fundamentally shaped by trauma, particularly the legacy of the two world wars. Suffering is assumed to be the self-evident topic of memory research. She, however, warns, and I agree, that to begin with trauma overemphasizes victimhood and directly centers perpetrators in the narrative. These may end up feeding into a culture of grievance where collective identity is defined by suffering and memory is reduced to something negative. In response, she calls to rethink the primacy of trauma and explore frameworks that analyzes temporalities differently. In particular, she forwards the idea of focusing on the interplay between memory and activism, on centering civic life in memory objects and practices. Doing so allows new registers of inquiry in the face of trauma and violence. We may begin to ask questions such as, how are social movements and acts of protest remembered? Can memory work serve as inspiration as opposed to restraint? Can hope be transmitted even if struggles for social justice are often paved with disappointment and defeat? Through the Darkest of Times deftly echoes and answers these questions. In the game, the figure of the victim becomes less prominent and is replaced by what Sarah Ahmed calls willful subjects, people acting, hoping, aspiring, struggling, sometimes winning, though very often failing. The narrative is structured around struggle and defeat rather than suffering or perpetration. There's a thin difference between those two. The game makes events meaningful by making them recognizable, not solely to its referential origin of history, but also with parallel events that have similar registers. For to remember, I argue, is not to retrieve fixed accounts, but to wield together stories that resonate with each other across temporalities. And Wrigley notes, memory objects of activism do not merely recall the past. They reassert life and become vectors of outrage, of resistance, and ultimately of hope. During the first playthrough of Through the Darkest of Times, it is historically accurate, quote unquote. Players will be able to follow Hitler's rise and fall as they resist his regime. Upon completion, an alternate history mode will be unlocked, where the player's actions actually have a direct effect on history, changing the outcome within, and as the creators hope, beyond the game as well. By focusing on activism and how activism is remembered, an alternative archive of memory practices can be uncovered, which Wrigley argues would lead us to develop new models and theories on memory, and consequently the pursuit of transitional justice. Transitional justice mechanisms often ask, after a long legacy of suffering, how do we continue? Can we restart? Video games, as I am beginning to explore, can be a memory object that enable various memory practices in service of transitional justice. In the same token, the logics and needs of transitional justice may open up new ways of thinking about how we develop, play, and preserve video games. Thank you very much for listening. You can find my email and Twitter account on this page. And thank you very much for waking me up at 5 in the morning. Have a good day.
You're welcome. And thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Of course, comments and questions and answers will follow after the presentation of John Wills, which is the, of Tess Watterson, which is the following presentation. And is about trauma, memory, and the 9/11 video game. No, again, that was John Hill, sorry. Playing with Memory, The Witch in Darklands by Tess Watterson. Tess Watterson is an interdisciplinary PhD student in history and media at the University of Adelaide, Australia. Her main research interests are medievalism in video games and historical video games as artifacts. Completing her Master's of Research at Macquarie University, she investigated the use of the Robin Hood myth in the 1991 video game Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves in the context of the mobilization of Crusader narratives in Gulf War America. Her PhD research undertakes a similar methodological approach to consider how the medievalist figures of witches in role-play games can be positioned in longer traditions of witchcraft representation. Sorry for the for the mess, Tess, but thank you for your presentation. I unmute you.
Great, thank you. I'll just set up my screen share, hopefully. Okay, hopefully you can all see me. I now can't see the little icons, so I can't see any of you, but that's okay. Hello, thank you, and thank you, Bono, for such a fantastic paper to follow. So yes, I'm coming to you from Adelaide, so I can compete with the 5 a.m. It's 1 a.m. here. I feel very privileged to be able to join, though, digitally, so thank you for having me. And before I start, I want to acknowledge the Kaurna people, who are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, which is the land that I work on and that I'm broadcasting to you from today. So, the witch is a figure that has always been somewhat difficult to pin down. The key issue historically is whether we ask what the idea of the witch was, so what people were being accused of in witchcraft trials in the late medieval and early modern period, or if we're asking who those people actually were, if there were actual practices in the world that can be understood as witchcraft in some way. And the narrative of witchcraft has been remembered in particular ways to serve many different political purposes since the Middle Ages. In this short paper, I want to use the 1991 92 Micropose roleplay game Darklands as an example of the role that fantasy video games can play in the construction of memory surrounding witches and witchcraft, persecution, and medieval history more generally. Oh, there we go. Darklands circumvents this issue of uncertainty in the historical record because you inhabit 15th century Germany as 15th century Germans apparently perceived it to be. So the designers aren't claiming that this representation is how reality would appear to our eyes, but instead that it is an imagined physical world that offers an experience of their historical reality. And this isn't the only game that does this, of course. I'm going to use the term medieval paradigm, which is from the tabletop game Ars Magica, to kind of describe this concept of a world that is how people believed the supernatural to be in their world. And I want to note first that the way that Darklands uses this medieval paradigm allows the assertion of a particular kind of superiority over the past that affirms modern identities. So the game manual kind of ardently claims that this is an era before logic or science. And this is a weaponized narrative about the medieval world that enables a kind of discourse of modern superiority through these kind of ideas about rationalism. And that's very common in witchcraft historiography. I was intrigued by this idea of the medieval paradigm. As I said, it kind of circumvents the issue that we have in that we don't know exactly how the entire medieval world or the material world of any past kind of existed, no matter how good our archive is. Of course, we have material evidence, but in some areas, you know, all we have is records of how people perceived the world to be. So I sort of thought, a clever idea, you know, show us the world as people perceived it. In doing so, Darklands uses this idea of fantasy to produce historical knowledge about the medieval world and, more importantly, about medieval worldviews. So there's no such thing as a neutral or a comprehensive source on medieval belief, a kind of primary source. Belief in a concept like that of the witch is one of the most abstract elements of the past, even where we have writing, it kind of follows trends in literature. They have audiences, they represent particular perspectives. So in manifesting what they could uncover of those beliefs into a reality for players to traverse, Darklands had to make a lot of choices, you know, to depict, for example, an avatar for you to interact with. It can't say, well, the witch is abstract. It has to kind of choose to mold that into an NPC that you can face in the game world. You know, the idea of the Sabbat can be both a concoction of fears about witches and a real event that players can go and visit. Cook and Hubble, in their work on Medal of Honor, argue that a video game does memory work if it attempts to represent past events through historical, functional, and mimetic realism. So at first, I wasn't sure how I was really going to be able to analyze this tradition of witchcraft representation in games, as most of the games that include witches are of the fantasy genre. Games like Dungeons and Dragons don't really claim historical realism, but they are still so clearly doing work in the construction of our collective historical conscience, particularly in terms of our understanding of the Middle Ages. It seems sort of ridiculous to claim that a game with dragons and literal demons could claim any of those forms of realism to engage in memory work, but Darklands does. Its promotional poster even claimed in medieval Germany, reality is more horrifying than fantasy. So using this idea of perceived reality, it structures its historical claims into the very fabric of the game world. The game manual is very insistent that the witches of Darklands are straight out of the Middle Ages and have nothing to do with more recent traditions of history around witches, and particularly of modern pagan beliefs. So they argue that their witches come straight from the Malleus Maleficarum, which is a late 15th century treatise on witchcraft written by a Dominican friar that is aimed to instruct judiciaries in how to identify and persecute witchcraft. But a historical source does not history make. The Malleus Maleficarum was also the core text that was taken up by radical feminists in the 1970s, particularly in America, to cultivate the figure of the witch into a martyr for a legacy of gendered violence and persecution that they identify in the witchcraft trials of history, which become known in that context as the Burning Times. And they offer a fairly narrow reading of their historical sources, which has been largely critiqued. But they took the text of the Malleus to be representative of a move to unfairly persecute innocent women. So using the same text, they produce a very, very different vision of the medieval world compared to Darklands. The game manual of Darklands clearly instructs you that witches are evil and positions you as part of the fight against this spread of satanic worship that will lead directly to the apocalypse. The Darklands manual really emphasizes their use of historical sources, particularly of the Malleus Maleficarum, to assert historical authority and to give their game legitimacy. But the historical authenticity is then also produced in-game in Darklands, primarily through using historical terminology in the gamification structures. So the time is measured in monastic hours. The currency is medieval German coins like pfennigs. And the real setting, which is reasonably accurate to the kind of basic physical landscape of medieval Germany, particularly the German towns and cities that you can visit. Additionally, the game creates a sense of reality through harshly real consequences. So the permanency of character death, aging kind of affects your physical abilities, these kind of tedious real world kind of practicalities. So Darklands doesn't necessarily need to prove its historical accuracy in terms of the supernatural belief system because it makes the game world feel so realistic. Therefore, one can kind of assume that the historical claims are equally as real. In representing a world of medieval belief, the game circumvents the need to unpack what was happening beneath and behind those supposed beliefs, or the way that they were constructed and disseminated, or the way that the processes of remembering have shaped our understanding of this past since. The claim that playing in their medieval paradigm world, the player gets a sense of how people experience the world at the time. But in order to do that, they must produce one homogenized understanding of what the world looked like. It implies the existence, in the very least, of a normal or a standard experience of the world. And the medieval world is often deliberately constructed and perceived as vastly distanced from our own. Because of this legacy, I think we lose a sense of time and perspective within the period. So students that I teach medieval history are often quite surprised that it's 1,000 years of history. We're actually closer today on a timeline to the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum in 1486 than the famous medieval ruler Charlemagne, who died in 814. So, but this type of cultural legacy and public memory is supported by games like Darklands, which inherently implies that there was a ubiquitous understanding of the world that was homogenous across not only every person in medieval Germany, but also across the entire 15th century. So the game begins in 1400, which is 86 years before the Malleus Maleficarum was published. It implies that it is possible to construct this entire landscape of belief as though there was a single set of tangible fears and concerns collectively believed in by the entire populace for 100 years. Further, the game world itself doesn't actually contain treatises like the malleus. It removes that kind of active process of creating and sharing this form of belief. And we know that the mass circulation of material like treatises shaped the forming archetype of the witch in this period really significantly. So in removing that active process from the game, despite using the malleus as a core text for determining what the world would look like, the game produces a sense of historical reality that is inherent and ubiquitous instead of constructed and contingent. I hope that this overview has helped to contribute a little to our understanding of the important ways in which texts that are not strictly historical and that we might be tempted to sort of turn our nose up at based on the cover you can see, I certainly was, but that can really have a considerable implication for broader discourses of remembering the medieval period and particular remembering witches. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your fascinating presentation. Now we are a little late, but I think there's room for a question or two or some comments. So if you kindly raise your hands. Okay, Sarah, I unmute you.
Hi, thanks for your talks. I had a question for Tess. I'm really interested in this concept of the witch because my dissertation work looks at various kinds of ways that of like female monstrosity. And of course, the witch is sort of an important figure, human, but sort of leaning towards the demonic and the satanic and the monstrous. And so I look at how this figure is represented in games. And so this is really interesting because I usually look at fantasy games, of course, because that's where the witch usually is found. And of course, a lot of the time, not even remotely trying to be realistic. So this is really interesting. I didn't know this game existed. So your talk is really useful for my work. So thank you. But also I wanted to tease out a little bit. So your point about how fantasy, of course, shapes our sort of cultural consciousness and our sort of cultural memory of especially certain groups of people. So like obviously lore gets layered on top of historical fact, quote unquote. And this sort of shapes our memory of the witch. And we see this across media, right? Like films about witchcraft shape our idea of the witch in negative and positive ways, obviously. So I was wondering for your project that this is sort of part of, are you going to be positioning this game alongside other sort of historically accurate-ish games or other sources, or are you going to be sort of contrasting it with the more like fantastical version of the witch and sort of what that means in terms of especially how we frame like transgressive women and sort of punish them in society, or also like frame empowered women in any kind of way? That's sort of my thing that I'm interested in. So I'm curious to hear you talk about it.
Yeah, thank you. Your work sounds amazing, and I would love to kind of talk to you more about your research, because I haven't found a lot. I don't know if you found a lot of other work on witches in games, but there's not a lot. So that would be great. Yeah, so a lot of what I'm looking at with this game is more about gender and the way that it's kind of a particularly gendered figure, and the different way that the manual kind of positions that in talking about witches. It sort of says they're mostly female, but not always. And then in the actual game, they are actually mostly male, which is really interesting. But this is one of, at the moment, 4 case studies. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go. I'm sort of quite at the early stages in my research. I've mostly been working on this game so far. I'm looking at Fantasy Wargaming, which is a tabletop game from '82, I think. And it does a similar thing in that it says the only way to create a good fantasy world is to base it really on medieval belief properly. And it has witches as well as a playable character, which I think will be interesting, but I haven't looked at it yet. And then looking at hopefully Skyrim and The Witcher. And the plan there is to think about the way that that kind of discourse about using history has sort of evolved, because both of those games have that, even though they are very much fantasy, have that sense of, well, this is based in, for Skyrim, you know, Norse history, and it has this sense that some elements are very real and accurate. And so then how that carries over into representations of the witch. But yeah, I've semi-forgotten what the other elements of your question were. Sorry, it's
just ranting about witches and how it's really interesting.
But yeah, I'm hoping to sort of look more broadly at the different ways that those games, and I've chosen these games for that reason, use ideas about kind of historicity to make the figure of the witch and to get away with, I think, particular representations of gender that they kind of can't do in other ways without using that kind of sense of historicalness to their representations.
Yeah, it's almost like a layer. Yeah, it totally does. It's like a layer that kind of justifies whatever they have to say. Like, oh, but this is historically accurate. Like, oof.
Yeah, and it's that sort of, but, oh, people believed in it at the time, so we're representing something that tells you something about history, so therefore it's kind of acceptable in particular ways.
Awesome. I'll connect with you in the chat and we can maybe
yes. That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more question to Krista, who submitted, who raised her hands privately because we as hosts cannot, and the question is for Bono. I can mute her.
And Jared put up his hand too. I mean, mine could be a very big question or just very, but I don't expect it to expand in that way. But for Bono, counterfactuality, contingency, right? Sort of, these are things you've mentioned, and I was wondering, would you say that any counterfactuality is at least potentially activist? Or is there anything that would make it, make that counterfactuality more or less likely to be sort of radical or activist? And we have to unmute. Okay, sorry.
No worries. Thanks for the question. I'm not exactly sure if I got it right. If I understood your question properly, but a big part of discussions on counterfactuality or like information or disinformation or like perspectives from the perspective of like archival studies is always like the centrality of context. So we can reshape content based on the context or recontextualization that one does on a particular object or a particular information or a particular fact. And for me, this is what makes memory dynamic and interesting, because by default, memory is a continuous process of negotiation. It's never fixed and it jumps across various temporalities. And Rigney, who I quote a lot in my presentation, even creates like a clear demarcation and limits between history and memory. And how when one actually attempts to articulate what they're doing, if it's a historical work or a memory work, that those two actions are actually quite different, though with considerable overlaps. So I'm not sure if I answered your question properly, because I'm not sure, I don't think I also understood it right, but I'm sorry.
No, I guess I was thinking of a particular point in the presentation that kind of triggered this, but maybe yes, maybe it takes it off on too much of a tangent. I'm kind of happy to go back with sort of the idea of memory and history.
But feel free to send me an email and I can respond properly as well. But thanks for the question.
Now it's up to Jared. Of course, we have a short amount of time, so may I ask you to be short as you can. Thanks.
Okay. My question is also to Bono. I distinctly remember there was a point in time when Nazism and nationalism was kind of on the rise here in America. And one of my main questions was, how have Nazis been portrayed in video games across time? Because as an enemy type, they're pretty constant ever since Wolfenstein. And so I'm just curious as to your opinions on how Nazis and the Third Reich have been portrayed in video games and how that has shifted based upon like the cultural, I don't know, milieu that they're developed in?
So my answer to that would be like along the lines of the sentiment of the paper as well, which is, I think a big problem is that when we look at narratives of, say, white supremacy or persecution of the Jews or World War II, we automatically create binaries of persecutors and victims. So I'm particularly not interested in their representation, but rather in works such as like Through the Darkest. It's more interesting to see if we can reframe the conversations by actually centering neither the victims nor the perpetrators. And one can actually argue that aren't the players and the resistance people in these particular stories are victims as well, but the notion of agency is quite different because suffering is not the core identity of this particular collective. So I have nothing much to say about representations of Nazis. And I think it's also a political move of like, I'd rather not talk about political Nazis, which is part of the underlying argument. And also a big part of the issue and of the problem as well.
Okay, that's it. Seems that we have no further questions, so I will move to the next part of this workshop, and I will leave the word to Krista.
Yeah, so we can go on to the next part with Tiernan Cahill. Did I get that right? A PhD student in the Division of Emerging Media Studies and the Communication Research Center Fellow at Boston University. His research incorporates computational, experimental, and critical approaches to understanding how individuals experience, navigate, and negotiate meaning through immersive virtual environments and interactive narratives. He has also conducted related research on harassment and the structuration of social and parasocial relationships on live streaming platforms. And that's with movement and boundaries in virtual cultural space, implications of XR design for cultural memory.
Right, so hopefully you should be able to hear me okay. And now be able to see my screen. All right, so thank you very much for the introduction, Krista. You, I guess, now already know my name and a little bit about my background. Today, I'm mostly going to talk about uses of XR, so that's virtual mixed and augmented reality, for the creation of shared cultural space. And I'm going to talk about how this relates to memory on individual and cultural levels, and then try and talk about some of the various factors that currently constrain access to these virtual cultural spaces, how these relate to the unique affordances of XR, go over some design approaches that have been taken to addressing those constraints, and then relate this back to how we actually construct memory through cultural space. So first, I just want to point to this enormous potential that exists for XR technology to create shared cultural spaces. And this is especially true in the current context of physical distancing to various extents, where a lot of physical cultural spaces are closed off. And I also want to take the opportunity here to note that the term virtual cultural space is sometimes used in the literature to refer to any online space where cultural discourse takes place. So that could be forums or chat rooms or Reddit. And in this case, I'm referring specifically to virtual spaces that seek to reproduce offline cultural spaces in a virtual setting. And there are lots of examples of this that existed well before the current sort of lockdown state. The Louvre, the National Museum of Finland, the Smithsonian, the Tate Modern, the Natural History Museum, all created virtual exhibits that used XR technology. There is the Under Presents, which is a VR-based platform for interactive theater. And obviously, there's been a lot of use of platforms like Mozilla Hubs for creating online meeting spaces for cultural interchange. And because the use of the word memory in this workshop especially has been sort of so broad, I want to point out that there's sort of two distinct approaches to memory that I'm going to be referring to here. So cultural memory does not necessarily equate to personal biological memory, which is more what I study, memory on the individual neurological level. So in the more conventional vein of literature, Jan Assmann distinguishes between communicative memory and cultural memory, where communicative memory is transmitted and reproduced in sort of day-to-day interactions, whereas cultural memory is something that's embedded in artifacts and texts and rituals. And I think that this is sort of a problematic dichotomy. Jose van Dyck has this note that, and I'm quoting here, both memory and media constitute intermediaries between individual and society and between past and present. So a lot of studies of cultural memory often relegate the perspective of the individual to a footnote or a particularist perspective on a shared collective abstraction. And we should instead try to integrate these two perspectives and recall that collective cultural memory and collective culture are constructed by and through individual experience. And these concepts are related through the experience of cultural artifacts. And that is particularly true of cultural spaces, where the recapitulation of cultural memory on an individual level occurs through the careful, curated instantiation of a particular experience that is created when you go to an art gallery or you go to a play or you go to a museum. And David Menyard and William Hurst in 2008 made an argument, a fairly compelling argument, that you can take the taxonomy and the theory that has arisen in cognitive psychology to discuss individual biological memory and apply that to collective cultural memory as well, since after all, that collective memory is made up of individual minds and individual brains. I also want to draw on Mina Johnson-Glenberg's idea of these two profound affordances of immersive technology, and she is using them in a pedagogical context, so talking about use of XR for education, but I think that they also apply to XR in a cultural context. And these are presence and embodiment. So presence is this sense of being there that is afforded by often the use of a head-mounted display. And embodiment is the sense of inhabiting a body that is often afforded by motion tracking technology. But there's a lot of problems and constraints associated with these two affordances. So in terms of presence and designing for presence, the constraints of physical space and physical movement are often overlooked. And with embodiment, there are risks and benefits that have to do with linking the virtual capacity of the user to their own physical range of motion. So with that, I want to turn to a lot of the constraints that currently limit people's access to virtual cultural spaces through XR. So there are technological constraints where individuals might lack the technological literacy or the computer hardware required to create fluid and engaging virtual environments. There can be physical constraints because unlike other forms of mediated experience, XR has a lot of environmental requirements. And the most immersive experiences rely on having a large amount of open indoor space, which not everyone has. And this then draws into the economic constraints that are associated with the technology, where even though a lot of the platforms have become less expensive recently, there's still a need for specialized technology. There's still a need for living space that doesn't need to be used by anyone else who lives with you or for any other purpose. And this imposes a fairly substantial economic burden among people adopting XR technology. And that burden is higher for people who want to create immersive virtual experiences as well as participate in them. There are corporeal constraints where most, not all, but most designers of immersive virtual experiences assume a degree of normativity in the bodies of their user base. And they create experiences that are thus heavily contingent on having consistent patterns of sensory response for presence, as well as an assumed range of movement for embodiment. And that limits access to those experiences to those who have other body types or other abilities. And finally, there are mental constraints where even those who meet those inherent design assumptions often find XR to be a mentally demanding experience that's difficult to maintain for a long period of time. And over the past couple of years, designers, commercial designers and academics have come up with a number of design solutions to try and address those constraints. So those include the use of camera-based hand tracking that eliminates the need for specialized motion controllers, wireless or self-contained head-mounted displays that allow people to use physical space more flexibly, so you don't need to be wired into an external computer. Point-to-move interfaces where instead of having to walk around a room scale space, you can point to where you want to go and you'll teleport there in the virtual space while remaining static in the physical space. And my recent favorite, the arm swinging system that has been integrated into a number of games where you move around basically in the same way that you would on cross-country skis by swinging your arms. And this allows for movement around a virtual space without physical leg movement. However, all of these approaches really focus on creating intuitive or natural control schemes. And I sort of refer to this as the natural mapping fallacy, which assumes that there is an equivalency between the physical space and the virtual space. And this papers over a lot of the psychological implications for the perception of a virtual space and the perception of an embodied self. So really what I'm trying to push for is reevaluating the way that we conceptualize boundaries in virtual space as a precursor to creating a more informed form of virtual cultural memory. So we really need to reevaluate the technological systems that we are designing and using for locomotion, for navigation, and for movement in virtual space in order to better conceptualize how those systems create and reconstitute memory for individual users. And this is related to a series of experiments that I'm currently involved with Jim Cummings and Kelsey Prunna at the Communication Research Center. Those are currently on hiatus for public health reasons, but that's where a lot of this sort of conceptualization ties into some more empirical research. And so looking at this from the perspective of individual memory and drawing a bit from cognitive psychology, we know from multiple studies that emotion has a strong impact on the formation of long-term memory through the activation of the hippocampus. And we also know that affect doesn't just come from the narrative content of a virtual cultural space. It also comes from environmental cues like lighting and sound, and even the way that the physics engine is set up. And it comes from users' experiences of autonomy and control. It comes from boredom and exhaustion and frustration that they might feel with an unfamiliar interface. And at the same time, the way that people physically move when they are situated in a virtual space is associated both with emotion and with its own independent effects on memory formation, and particularly procedural long-term memory. And those effects are strengthened when physical movement is related to some sort of effect in the virtual world. And so the point that I really want to drive home is that everything in a designed virtual space has potential emotional value, and thus a potential effect on the way that people form memories. So the control scheme and the layout of the virtual environment are affecting emotion and are affecting movement. Emotion and movement are affecting the formation of memory on an individual cognitive level. And then those individual cognitive memories are affecting the kinds of cultural memory that we can create through virtual spaces like virtual museums and virtual art galleries. And we can also look at this on the way that people share these spaces and on a social level, because shared space takes on a different and a much looser meaning when that space is in a computer rather than in reality. Social presence, feeling like you're there with other people, is not necessarily a given in virtual space. And likewise with shared perceptions and understandings, because all participants are experiencing a mediated version of a cultural space in virtual reality. the transparency of that layer of mediation is variable, where some people might experience it very heavily and really perceive themselves to be engaging with a mediated experience, and other people might experience it almost transparently, right, where they feel like they are actually in that art gallery or actually in that theater space. And that's going to create disjoints between different individuals' perception of a space that traditionally has been shared between them. And so all of this work is really sort of problematizing different issues that come up with creating a virtual cultural space, and pointing towards things that I think I would like to do and things that I think we ought to do in the future to try and work out some of these problems in a way that makes virtual cultural spaces more accessible. So the first stage, and the one that I hope to be working on now, but have had to delay, is actually doing experimental research, looking at the effect of different locomotion systems, different navigation systems on brain activity, on individual affect, and on memory formation. We've created a virtual art gallery that we can sort of manipulate to be more straightforward or more maze-like, and have people wander around it and see how that affects their experience. I would also like to, do some more radical design interventions and see how that affects virtual cultural spaces. So there have been some virtual environments that have been created with non-Euclidean topography, because if you have a virtual space, there is no reason why it necessarily has to follow the same geometrical rules as the real world. And I think that that could be very interesting in terms of how that affects people's memory formation. Also looking at alternative implementation of boundary detection systems, so you don't have this big bright net that flies up when you come close to a physical wall. If we could do something that was haptic or sonic, that could really sort of remove that layer of disruption. And I'd also like to try things with asymmetric rendering, where people who are in a shared cultural space are experiencing it differently and then are able to enter into a discourse about the differences in their perceptions and the differences in their experience. And finally, I would like to take a lot of these ideas and talk with people who are actually working in virtual cultural spaces and people who are working in physical cultural spaces and want to create some sort of related virtual environment, and to try and bring this back to a practical design solution. So just some takeaways from this project as it stands right now. I think that it's important to remember that individual and collective memory are linked, particularly when we're talking about memory of mediatized experiences. We need to remember that cultural memory and individual memory are fundamentally emotional and affected by people's emotional states when they're experiencing media. And those emotional experiences are a function of not only the content of the space, but also the design of the interfaces, the design of the environment, the feelings of autonomy that users have, and the user's own personal history. And all of these competing interests should really point to the fact that we don't necessarily have to design virtual cultural spaces to follow the model of physical cultural spaces. They need not be constrained by the same physical principles. And so natural, intuitive, in quotation marks, design isn't necessarily better. And that's all I have for today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at the end of this section, or feel free to email me or reach out to me on Twitter. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, thanks for that. So we'll go on to John Wills, and then we'll have questions after that. John Wills is reader in American History and Culture at the University of Kent, here in the UK. He is an interdisciplinary scholar with interests in popular amusements, recreation, environmental issues, and digital culture. He's also the editor of the European Journal of American Culture and the author of 6 books, the most recent being Gamer Nation, Video Games, and American Culture. He also displayed his work on video games and America at the British Academy Summer Showcase in 2018. And he also organized a games research cluster at the University of Kent that I was a part of while I was there. So John is going to talk to us about trauma, memory, and 9/11 video game.
Hello. Hopefully you can see the screen okay. Is that all right? Thanks very much, Krista, for the introduction. I'm going to talk about trauma memory in the 9/11 video game. So 9/11 is probably the most powerful image and event of the 21st century. Scenes of airplanes hitting the World Trade Center, broadcast live to millions, exactly 19 years ago to this day, actually. Terrorist attack was captured on mobile phones and cameras live in the Big Apple, then shown around the world. And scholars have highlighted how far the terrorists themselves consciously made the attack into a powerful image, something to be seen and noticed. Neil Gabler poses that hijackers were, to quote, creating not just terror, they were creating images. Meanwhile, Jacques Derrida suggests that terrorists aim to spectacularize the event for maximum media coverage. And Paul Virilio even declares 9/11 a work of televisual terrorism. Images of the Twin Towers, the falling man, firefighters holding the US flag, three especially poignant images of the day and engraved on our collective memories. Now, the US culture industry initially responded with some care and poise to the event. Stubblefield elaborates how absence, erasure, and invisibility dominated the frame of the US culture industry. TV channels deleted movie scenes set in the Trade Center. Men in Black 2, the image there, had shots retaken. There was a lot of care taken over the production of new New York narratives. And then a few years after 9/11, you get movies such as Oliver Stone's World Trade Center and others, and films that focus on emotion, sadness, heroes, and memories. Games, however, proved, I guess, even more careful over what to do with 9/11. While the event itself was a hugely event of huge memory, the widespread digital act, video game act, was one more of erasure and forgetting. The Twin Towers, the falling man, the firefighters, the commercial video game industry instead kind of almost like held down a delete button on their existence. And skyscrapers were taken out of a range of video games of the time. So examples being Spider-Man 2, Microsoft's own flight simulator, which was rumored at the time to have actually aided the terrorists, deleted the WTC, and even kind of games that have a reputation for controversy, like Grand Theft Auto, edited out New York content. Software companies avoided such a serious subject, and by their uniform silence, helped patrol the kind of accepted imagery, the conventional imagery of 9/11. And the game industry, in a sense, was quite desperate to avoid controversy, I guess, over this. However, a few years in, instead, you get video games tackling 9/11, but through the conduit of kind of remote battling of terrorists. So through Call of Duty and other first-person shooters, you get players enacting revenge for 9/11, but with little focus on the event 9/11. Now, imagining the destruction of New York City has a long history, and there's a brilliant book on that subject by Max Page called The City's End. And there are some older games that also do that job. So you've got a couple of screenshots here in a game cover. One of them is from New York Blitz from the early 1980s for a Commodore VIC-20, embarrassingly a game I actually had, which got the player to clear the city of skyscrapers in order for you to land a plane, which is a very curious sense of humanity there. There's also games such as Urban Strike from the 1990s, where there's a terrorist attack on the skyscrapers, and Parasite Eve from the 1990s too. However, after 9/11, Very few games dare to kind of tackle the memory of it, the event itself. A rare example is 9/11 New York Defender, a Flash game produced in 2002, not US designed, which caused some minor controversy, and also a mod patch for Unreal, the first-person shooter that was called 9/11 Survivor. However, the game title that I'm talking about here a little bit more is a French project, part game, part simulation, called 846, produced in 2010 for the Oculus Rift VR handset. And in that game, the opening scene is where it's set in the North Tower, and you're cast as a player in the role of an office worker at his or her computer during 9/11. And while the office manager, Audrey, who you can just about see in the distance on the screen there, is talking on her phone, a sudden noise and the building itself sways, and the hijacked plane hits the building that you're in. A fire marshal appears and the player attempts to escape, navigating a series of locked doors and increasingly frightened colleagues. Like gazing deeply at a photograph, 846 offered the chance to almost like enter 9/11 as an image event. The power of the game derived from its clever use of VR technology. The headset enabled people to visit, in a sense or to a certain degree, the Twin Towers. By using the latest visuals and technology, 846 brought 9/11 once again into the home, but as a slightly strange, interactive and immersive experience. Players noticed the subtle sounds of the office, the quiet immediately following the explosion, the darkness of corridors, the smoke engulfing in the building, and the panic of others. So in a sense, it carried forward some of the sensations or imagined sensations of 9/11. Using VR software, players, to a degree, visited a past moment or memory, and some might argue it simulated something that was no longer simulatable. On entering a final office room in the game, a man is seen dialing 9/11 to no avail, and in the growing smoke breaks a window and jumps. And in that image there, you can just see his leg as he jumps out the window, and it's all set in darkness. The player watches uncomfortably as the falling man descends to his death. The game camera, set on watching the suicide, forces the player to engage with the event, unable to look away. The other main character, Audrey, duly suffocates. The player then faces a choice to either stay inside the room and suffocate or mimic the actions of the jumper. The opportunity to jump from the North Tower to, in a sense, to become the falling man, that mysterious unknown worker who jumped to his death in original 9/11 pictures, represents a rare and disturbing moment of experiential simulation. Either option that you take in the game, or, naturally leads to a game over situation. The virtual reality experience touched on something palpable, non-technological, and almost primeval in a way, because you're involved in the emotion and memory of 9/11 by playing that game. And the game could be said to reopen the door to trauma for some people. By its intense portrayal, you could argue the game captured Don DeLillo's primal terror of the 9/11 moment. It provided a sense of almost digital haunting or 9/11 ghosts, and a reactivation code for collective memory. By enabling everyone and anyone to be there, to be in the North Tower, it provided a kind of new and disturbing experience of 9/11. Virtual reality transformed the experience of watching the disaster to also being in the disaster, casting the player as a victim of 9/11 and providing a digital exercise in imagined loss, both of the self and others. It's a very brief game, and its brevity highlighted perhaps the shock of that morning, and it offered some potential to explore the mysteries and mournings involved in that day. Now, The responses to that title were quite negative, and it was seen as a very controversial act. Dees Matuza, whose husband had died in the North Tower, asked, "Why would anyone do this? It's disgusting, it hurts." One far more flippant YouTuber called it simply a bad game because you can't win. Appropriating any element of 9/11 for VR entertainment was likely to provoke some level of controversy. But the fact they focused on the falling man in the North Tower made it far more serious too. 846 also threatened established readings of 9/11 by creating a virtual experience of it. 9/11 wasn't something to kind of recode or turn into a game. Criticism also reflected a broader attitude, perhaps, to video games and their limits. While it was okay for literature and film to take on 9/11, games were seen as typically cheapening or essentializing events. And that goes back to things like Columbine High School Massacre RPG in 2005, on the US school shooting, and other titles too. From any mainstream software designers, 9/11 was seen as inappropriate content, so it wasn't just people judging video games outside the industry. By its associations with trauma and terrorism, 9/11 sat outside, at the time, conventional notions of play spaces as typically realms of escape and mass relief. Most magic circles in video games are about fantasies rather than simulations of national tragedy. So in a sense, the idea of linking video games as entertainment and then with 9/11 was seen as a problematic exercise. Now, 846 was also a delusion, a cognitive scam, a kind of fiction that you're caught into. While players could see the havoc around them, sensory perception missed out the smoke, the smell, the heat and dust. A little bit like a theme park ride, it was a simulation of fear rather than fear itself. And the blocky graphics of VR were perhaps a reminder of the limited element of experience that the game could offer. Finally, the 9/11 VR game also threatened the established relationship to 9/11. In photography and film, a distance remains between viewer and image event. Drawing on Susan Sontag's sense of the photograph as a non-intervention and distance maker, people have noted how at 9/11, people employed the camera as a defense mechanism, safely removing themselves from the scene. Photography creating almost a little bit of a wall between person and place. The screen in that way provided a protective medium. However, VR games casting people as participants, intervene as non-observers, made the Magic Circle kind of an immersive experience and bringing 9/11 far closer to them. And the games generally can pose a danger to conventional images of 9/11. 9/11 has fixed iconography, carefully maintained images, and its own kind of diorama. 9/11 has a set story of national loss and national survival. By games existing in terms of reshaping or retelling or giving multiple plot threads or player freedoms, they can easily be seen as challenging the accepted narrative of 9/11. As the falling man photograph itself was cast out of the pantheon of acceptable 9/11 imagery only a few days after 9/11, so too can game worlds such as 846 seem as themselves being outside an acceptable disaster circle. And hopefully the presentation worked okay, and I will stop there.
Thanks for that. Any questions or comments? There's usual raise hands. Okay, Stefano has raised his hand again in chat because we apparently can't. So Stefano, you can ask John, you have a question for John?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation to begin with. And you mentioned the Falling Man and the fact that within that game you can experience the falling of the Falling Man. Earl speaks about this in terms of remediation and writes that the Falling Man has been so lucky as an image, as a mnemonic icon within our culture, because it's been pre-mediated several times in different media forms. And that made me wonder, while I was listening to your presentation, is that experience, being the Falling Man, an experience of the past, or is an experience of a inherently mediated past? I don't know if that makes sense here, because they kind of overlap, but of course there is a different, why you experience that exact moment among thousands of other moments you could have experienced within that game. And of course, I would like to know if you have dealt with remediation, pre-mediation on this topic.
Thanks for the question. I should say that no, I haven't dealt with it that much at all. I think that with the Falling Man, I think there's a sense of interest in the kind of the time lapse, like photography that goes into it, and how it's almost like frozen in time, or caught in time. I think there's a sense of mystery surrounding the Falling Man in terms of tracking that person down, or the idea of that it can be anyone or any person. And then as the game player, if they're aware of that, then in a sense it kind of strengthens this sense of the Falling Man could have been any person anyhow. So you kind of take that role, or the role play is strengthened. I think in terms of the image of the Falling Man, there's a sense that it's both at times censured and then brought out again. So it kind of has a maybe it doesn't have a kind of fixed temporality by it being, kind of brought into discussion and then disappears. Because when I was looking at it, there was lots of discussion over how it had been deleted from a lot of newspapers or not used a couple of days after 9/11 because it was seen as too inappropriate or too shocking. So there's a kind of control issue, I guess, over it too. But if you want to send me more about the remediation and things like that, that'd be really interesting, because you sound like you're far more aware of it than me. So thanks, Stefano.
You're welcome, and thank you for your answer, of course.
Hi, I actually have a question for you, John, because I was intrigued by the idea that you're pointing out the different sensory modalities that are absent from 846, right? You can't feel the heat, you can't breathe the smoke, and that this creates a simulation that's inherently flattened. But I'm wondering from the other perspective, because you also mentioned Super Columbine Massacre RPG as a game that provoked similar controversy, but that is much more intentionally flattened, right? And so I'm wondering if there is anything to the particularities of VR and the immersion that it allows that you think affected the way that people related to 846 specifically, if there was something that was somehow more challenging or more difficult or perhaps more easily digestible because it was this slightly more immersive experience, or leveraging this more immersive medium.
That's, again, great question, and great thing to discuss, I guess, another time in more detail. I think I mean, you're really right that those games are on so opposite ends of like the video gaming world. And also Super Combine has a kind of a playful kind of referential element to it, or playing with the audience, whereas the 846 is almost is trying to be literal, or just trying to be, you know, accurate. And I think for me, I was surprised how, looking at some of the responses to those games, the actual responses are quite similar when the games themselves are so different and have different kind of meanings. For me, you know, playing the VR game has a lot more kind of emotional impact, or kind of memory jumping, or sense of the realism of it is so much stronger. And you can imagine quite easily how the gaps I was pointing out, that you can't have the smoke or things like that, could actually be kind of extended in your senses or your imagination, because the visual is so accurate. So I think, you know, like linking with your paper or your work, that actually there's some really interesting ideas there about how space or replication can kind of like trigger other responses too. So yeah, thank you, really interesting.
Any other questions, comments? I have one for Tiernan, in that case. I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about how games could contribute towards, I mean, in the experimentation with, well, making it more effective and more affective, potentially.
Yeah, sure. And I know I was a little bit remiss in that I didn't specifically call out games. And in part, that's because I think that the line between games and other types of virtual spaces is fairly blurry and difficult to define, or rather it should be blurry and difficult to define, because the more that I look at virtual spaces, virtual cultural spaces, or virtual environments that I think are effectively designed, the closer they come to resemble games, because they are creating systems of autonomy and constraint that guide the user towards certain objectives, right? They give them something to do, but don't just lead them along a straight path to it. So actually, when we were working on this sort of experimental virtual art gallery, one of the things that we found made it more engaging and more memorable for people was if we built in a little game of you know, finding a particular artwork, and then we could sort of shuffle the gallery and have people go and find it again. And just that little task and creating little challenges of like finding your way around this maze actually made the whole experience and the artworks that they sort of saw along the way and their memory of the space more solid. And so I think that integrating principles of game design into other virtual environments will probably make those virtual environments more engaging and more accessible. And so ultimately, I see a system of best practices emerging where the line between games in virtual reality and other experiences in virtual reality is really hard to draw, and everything is a little bit game-like, if not labeled as a game for marketing purposes. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, very much so. Any final questions or comments? So thanks a lot for, again, you know, more very interesting, very thought-provoking presentations. We're going to go on to another break.
If you're all there, let's begin with the last part of our workshop, based on past as world building. It will feature two presentations. The first about forgotten archives, representation and explorations of libraries in games, is by Krista Bonello, Veli-Matti Karahulahti, and Daniel Vella. Krista Bonello is a visiting senior lecturer at the University of Malta, as well as a research fellow with the Center for City Critical Thought at the University of Kent in Canterbury. And she has worked on several publications on games and is currently co-editing a book on games and comedy to be published by Palgrave Macmillan next year. Veli-Matti Karahulahti is a senior researcher in the University of Jyväskylä Center of Excellence in Game Studies. Daniel Vella is a lecturer at the Institute of Digital Games at the University of Malta. Whenever you're ready, thank you for your presentation and go. Who will presenting? Because
all of us, so I'm unmuting.
So I'm sharing the slides.
Okay.
So let's
all of them
go ahead with that. Can you all see the slides?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Okay.
So we're setting out to explore the representation and spatial configurations of libraries in digital games, and we've drawn upon a range of examples across games, across genres. So it's of course not exhaustive, and there's a lot of room for further exploration. So Matti is now going to give a little bit on the background.
Perfect, thank you. I hope you all hear me.
Yep.
So thank you. We'll be starting with a very classic intro slide, the OED etymology take on the library. And this is just to acknowledge that we know there's many meanings in the word library. And this presentation, we're specifically focusing on a place set apart to contain books for reading, study, or reference. Many of our libraries are ruins, places that just include books or other kinds of locations that kind of fit in this definition, but we'll get back to that later on. The second slide also is a classic starting slide in a way. It's just a reminder that a lot of analog games include libraries as well. This card is from Magic the Gathering, a game that all cards are supposed to be considered as books in a library. On another meta level, the card as such can be a representation of a library, as the Library of Alexandria in this case. But we will leave the rest of the analog libraries or analog games with libraries for another presentation, and the remaining examples come from digital games. So a little bit of that historical background. The first library, as far as we know, in a digital game is in Zork. That's 1979. And obviously the image you can see on the right is not from the game. The game is fully text-based adventure game with a text parser. And so all the libraries are just descriptions with text. And I'm not going to read the text. You may do that if you want. But what is interesting in this library is that it is very typical library when we compare it to the later ones, in the sense that it includes a lot of books that the player can interact with. The blue book, the green book, the purple book, the white book, and these books are not just a curiosity, but you may read them, you may open them, and even though it is written in a tongue which you are unfamiliar with. One of them includes a flathead stamp, which will be required to make further progress in the game later on. So the libraries include secrets and answers to secrets, and that's kind of one of the uniting factors and interesting things that we can see in the libraries. In the later 80s and 90s, we can see the graphical adventure games appear. On the upper left, Gabriel Knight Sins of Fathers, early 90s. Likewise, the second Monkey Island, the Chuck Rivers, early 90s as well. Laser Suit Larry, 7, later 90s, and then a more recent adventure, the Thimbleweed Park, which was already mentioned earlier in the workshop. The adventure game is in many ways a very good fit for the library as an environment for players' explorations. The adventure game is very static by nature, so the player has all the time in the world to read and interpret and immerse themselves in the information and knowledge that the books hide. So it's my hypothesis, but many of the libraries that we can see in the, especially in the earlier games, would be in adventure games. These stories and knowledge can be divided in two. Sometimes it is narrative information, world-building information, as in the Thimbleweed Park, which includes a lot of books that have very little connection to the actual game. But there are stories written by, for instance, the backers of this Kickstarter product. Same applies more or less to the other adventures, which include books that are just to kind of immerse, to build more context for the world. But sometimes these books and pieces of information also help the player and are required for the player to make further progress, either by pixel hunting, clicking the right book in the screen, or finding a piece of information that will help later on to find new areas. And perhaps the most famous example of this traversal library is in the next slide, The Mist from 1993, where player, by reading the books and opening the books, will access new worlds. And the library as such functions as a portal where, which is kind of the center of navigation. And Krista, you will likely take it from here.
So next slide. This is still to do with puzzles, right? And secrets and working out a puzzle. We can go to the next slide. So Alice Hinton, we've already seen a reference to this book. It's a chapter in the same book. Alice Hinton suggests she argues that archives are connective. Games rely on databases, and play occurs through the interconnectivity of algorithm and database. So where archives are also present as a narrative device and theme, so we're looking at these representations, there is a kind of fortuitous convergence. She says the roles of both players and character often demonstrate similar dependence on the archives, and the two layers of archival significance, system and collection, permeate both levels of the digital game text. Next. The inherent potential for such a close association between games and libraries or archives is actually more manifest in some games than in others. And in some games, libraries, such as the one in Kaer Morhen in The Witcher, this is The Witcher 1, are mere window dressing. However, even these libraries, which do not encourage exploration and reading, tend to suggest the weight of tradition and accumulated knowledge and experience. Next. And we should consider, therefore, the function and presentation of libraries as repositories of kind of history, and history as diegetically shaping the way we conceive of even the separate world, with its own consistency, law, history, politics, structure, and processes. McCallum, Stewart, and Parsler point out that history is often integral to a game's worldscape and informs their construction. A large-scale mythology is needed to underpin them, and this is often heavily derivative of historical eras. This can be the case even if a game appears to be located entirely in fantasy or science fiction narratives. And as Hinton notes, most narrative-based digital games rely upon some form of in-game archive to engross players in the game world. So what we're seeing is that the historical markers found in games tend to be ones that are familiar to us from our own, perhaps, learning and understanding of history. Ruined architecture to explore, archived records, libraries, books that the player can pick up and read. These are traditional, so to speak, media being associated with the past and its preservation or destruction. Next. also, Baldur's Gate. We have books that contain lore. Next. Undertale and Fire Emblem Three Houses, again, library as a repository of lore. Next. And connecting with history and the sense of a world that extends beyond the spatio-temporal boundaries of exploration is some kind of aura of loss. And interestingly, loss and decay seem to cling to the very archives themselves, the building housing the records, and the records themselves, which are often in a state of deterioration or forgotten and awaiting rediscovery in out-of-the-way places, often in ruins. This is dungeon delving, of course, bookcases in Diablo, for example. Next. It's not limited to near-medieval worlds, so nostalgia, libraries often evoke nostalgia, not simply for a lost and imagined collective past and for media of the past, but also for a more personalized past like childhood. Next. And this is a kind of childhood setting for storytelling. Next. Going back to, of course, you can see, we've already seen this image, but this points out that there is also this aura, even in the older games, one might expect that libraries are not so distant, aren't presented as kind of past thing to be nostalgic about. We get, again, the kind of Victorian repressed librarian and the dainty tea set. Next. So we started off, so Hinton notes that in Dragon Age, the loss of written history is presented as violence and oppression, even to the point of memory signed. And of course, we have the Elfin experience, and archives are very important in Dragon Age because the elves have lost their records. On the other hand, the dwarves have an overly regulated and stratified society, and in every case, archives are key. Okay, so we're being asked to wrap it up. Maybe Dan, you can conclude with.
I'll do it quickly. I'll do my part very quickly. No worry. So another thing we looked at is the spatiality of the library and the way in which the player is invited to relate to that spatiality. This sort of Verimati was talking about adventure games and a kind of slow-paced searching that is characteristic of how the player deals with libraries there. And searching is kind of one of the key ways in which the player engages with these libraries, often through kind of pixel hunting to find the right books, sifting through catalogs and so on. There's this kind of slow-paced, kind of careful, methodical negotiation of the archive. The kind of spatialities which we are presented with tend to be quite complex or convoluted spaces, like these kind of like labyrinthine, maze-like spaces, like in this example from Call of Cthulhu, Prisoner of Ice, or this one from Skyrim, Dragonborn. Right? There's this kind of sense almost of the library as being not just something archaic, not just something nostalgic of some lost sense, but also almost as being arcane, right? It's requiring interpretation, right? Something hermetic and almost overwhelming in this complexity. Going beyond searching, the player is also often invited to configure these library spaces, moving shelves around to actually traverse the space, as in the Uncharted games, for example, most of which feature some form of library, or in the Duke's Archive stage in Dark Souls, which gives us this hugely complicated space. This is a kind of simplified map of it, with all these kind of staircases and patterns that you have to move and configure and reconfigure in order to reach different levels of it. And here, right, in all this kind of repetitive complexity, right, these repeating levels and mirrored repetitions of it, there's something almost Borgesian about this, right? This, at least to me, it's reminiscent of the Library of Babel and this kind of theme of infinity, of repetition and configuration. Libraries often tend to house secret passages in games. There's the old trope whatever, Scooby-Doo, whatever, you know, finding the right book to pull to open secret passage, but that's something which we find in games again. And they often tend to be, as Christopher said, you know, fragmented or ruined spaces. So not just evoking a sense of loss and decay, but also inviting the player to engage in a kind of reconstruction, right, or in a piecing together, whether of information from the library or of the library itself. So we'll just leave this slide on to end with. These are just some of the themes we started to identify as being recurring elements of libraries as they appear in digital games. And that's kind of where we are at the moment with exploring these ideas. I don't know if you have any final comments, Krista or Matti. All right, then thank you. That's it from us.
Okay, we'll leave further comments or questions at the end of this part. Now, let me mute you. It's time for the presentation Megalithic Monuments in Open World Video Games by Adam Sulzdorf-Litzkiewicz and Heidi Sulzdorf-Litzkiewicz. Adam is an assistant professor of media and information at Michigan State University, and Heidi is an artist and designer who trained as a material culture historian at the University of Michigan. They frequently collaborate as narrative designers and writers at the independent game studios Rust Ltd, and most recently on the best-selling virtual reality title Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. I unmute you both. Oh no, there's only Adam, I think. Yeah, sorry. You should be unmuted. Yeah.
As soon as you'll see my switch. All right. Let's see here. Very odd. And there we go.
Hi, I'm Heidi Sulzdorf-Litzkiewicz.
And I'm Adam Sulzdorf-Litzkiewicz.
And we're going to be presenting our paper on megalithic monuments in open world video games. Some preliminary findings. So creators of open world video game experiences use megalithic inspired architectural assets to gesture at a deep, complex prehistory and world evolution. How do we identify in-game monuments as megalithic? Well, these are often crude stone, mostly unworked or lightly worked. They do not use small or uniform work blocks or joining techniques. They're often very large stones, and they're placed in unnatural or clearly constructed positions. These are defying gravity, they stand upright, they are standing or positioned in geometric configurations, for example, arranged in a circle or a line, they're stacked in a seemingly precarious manner. These structures are often geographically remote. They're away from towns, not clearly relevant to the active settlements, civilizations, and NPCs of the game world. And they're distinct in style and less quote unquote complex in construction than the style used in population centers or even other archaeological ruins in the game world.
Now we might ask, why are megaliths used in open world video games? We hypothesize that first they draw on and point to a textually inaccessible prehistory or a deep history of a constructed world. Often in-game texts like books, conversations, etc. mention other civilizations, but not the civilization that produced the megaliths themselves. Megaliths also add depth, mystery, magic, obscurity, and specialness to a virtual landscape's design and to a game's world building. They also identify some people and populations who relate to these deeper magics. Further, they offer opportunity for special nonverbal and nonlinear interactions with the world landscape for the player, who's often, quote unquote, chosen to be connected to the deep magics of the game world in a special way. Megaliths highlight hilltops, promontories, and natural landscape features, rewarding close readings of game topographies. And finally, they encourage the player to move and to more carefully explore wide open spaces that are otherwise easily ignored aside from tasks like resource mining?
In a contemporary political context where the risks involved in cultural appropriation or the appearance of cultural appropriation are great, the Neolithic, which is when most of these megalithic monuments were constructed, has no gatekeepers or stakeholders to protect the wanton use of its architecture and symbols. It's prehistoric, so there are no communities, no texts, and no clear, uncontested meanings to command video game designers' respect. And so megalithic monuments and Neolithic symbols are, as it were, fair game for appropriation and open to use for the remapping of meaning by any and all. So we have 3 case studies. The first is The Witcher 3 from 2015. So in The Witcher 3, stone rows, stone circles, also known as henges, dolmens, and menhir, or standing stones, mark points of interest, prominent geographical and topological features, and roadways. Here we have a Skellige Island's menhir marking some treasure. This next slide is also on the Skellige Island. This is a stone row marking a roadway. And we have an example, a real life example of a stone row to kind of give you a visual comparative example of Down Tor stone row in England. Massive standing stones or places where the player can augment magical skills are marked with these glowing hold stone megaliths. We'll see a real life example of that in a moment. And then massive standing stones. Menhir are venerated by the population on Skellige. On the island, you can see there's a menhir here in active religious use by the population. On the same island, barrow cemeteries with standing stones at the entry, dolmens at the entry and standing stones on the top show evidence of recent use. There's an entry to the passage grave in The Witcher. And here we've got Bryn Celyn, which is a Welsh site. Again, real world. In The Witcher 3, the more urbane, quote unquote, civilizations ignore or neglect the stone monuments, whereas more pagan tribal populations or populations that are kind of in-game keyed as more pagan and tribal still venerate and lay offerings at these sites, indicating continuing use and living culture. And these are just sort of summaries of what I just said for people who want the slides later on.
So our second case study is Skyrim from 2011. So in Skyrim, standing stones often encircle the camps of giants. We're seeing here one of those camps at nighttime. And also we often see decorated hold stone megaliths like this, surrounded by standing stone circles. And these are usually used to designate places where the player can gain temporary powers or buffs through allegiance to celestial deities. And this is a real life example of decorated whole stone megaliths.
In Cornwall.
In Cornwall, yeah. Also, dolmens mark significant monuments, roadways, and even entrances to the ruins of later but still defunct civilizations.
All right, our final case study is The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild from 2017. In The Legend of Zelda, there are many small, incomplete stone circles at prominent points in the landscape that can be completed by the player. You summon, through their completion, a woodland spirit called a Korok, and that Korok produces a special collectible item for you. In the Korok Forest, which is this location, there are a series of standing stones, similar to a stone circle, but in a triangle, very Zelda. And then we have also sort of a more pattern based argument here. This is a Elden Tower and the divine beast Van Naboris. And here we would like to kind of claim that the Neolithic inspired scrollwork on these beasts and on those temples decorates these shrines. And here we have an example of a Jomon vessel from 3000 to 2000 BCE. I think it's pretty evident that there's a visual relationship between these.
It looks like it could just be in the game, right?
And finally, for Zelda, there are also creatures called stone talus, which are near megaliths come to life. Here's one on the ovally plain. And just kind of a reminder for people who are not as familiar with this history of Neolithic and megalithic civilization, this is a dolmen in Korea. So these are not things that are restricted to the European context.
So the next steps for our research, first, we're planning to query and interview game designers about the thought processes and motivations behind their use of Neolithic symbols and megalithic monuments. We wonder how much is inherited from other game symbolic systems, how much is the product of individuals' innovation, and how much is borrowed from region-specific histories and archaeologies like Korea. Second, we'd like to find out and to tease out regional and cultural differences in the deployment of megalithic monuments and symbolism in video games.
We also hope to broaden our research to include not just megalithic archaeological forms, but as we sort of hinted with the pottery example, the rampant use of Neolithic symbols, also European Neolithic symbols like spirals, concentric circles, and so forth in video game imagery, especially in the context of archaeological ruins in games. And we also hope to expand the scope and number of games and game assets explored for these symbols and forms. And when we really got going, we realized that the field is huge. Many, many games, including those being made right now, are including these kind of symbols.
If you'd like to get a copy of these slides, or if you'd like a free copy of our game, Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades, you can reach us through Twitter. You can find us through the Rust Ltd website. We also have a bonus slide to share with you.
So we just wanted to kind of shout out to Malta. Malta is the site of a number of important megalithic sites, including the one pictured below. And although we can't be there, we have been there many hours in pictures. So thank you so much. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you for your presentation, which was very interesting and fascinating. And are there any questions or comments? Raise your hands digitally and I will unmute you. Of course, for both this last presentation and the previous one. Any? So I shall make one to you. You mentioned the fact that at times megalithic structures are associated to specific forms of civilization, paganisms, and so on. And this is particularly interesting. I recently played Greedfall, for example, which is a sort of colonialist game in which you play as the pioneer in a colony, and you discover that there are a lot of different groups that have these megalithic constructions around their villages and so on. And there is pretty evident the thing that fact that you highlighted, so that these kind of civilization are attracted to these monolithic constructions differently from other civilization with more with different cities, as to say. What interests me is that what happens when the megalithic construction comes to live. I mean, you made the example of Legend of Zelda, in which you have those golems that you have to defeat. But is there any case, or do you think that it could be the case that some cases of living megalithic constructions can convey some sort of meaning for what concerns the clash of civilizations? I mean, I am a colonialist and capitalistic man from the Western society. I come to a new land, and here I not only I have some pagan villages that revolves around megalithic construction, but I also have megalithic beings to defeat. And I can think, for example, about which was the name? Shadow of the Colossus, in which you defeat from the beginning to the end megalithic beings that represent and that embody an ancient prehistoric world.
I think Shadow of the Colossus is a, oh, geez, I keep disappearing. Shadow of the Colossus is a great example of something that I think skirts the edge of the megalithic. I think a lot of those, it's been a while since I played the game, but a lot of those beings are covered in the kinds of symbols that we gestured at and that we'd like to look at in future research. A lot of spirals, right? I'm thinking also of the way in which the converse is also effective as a narrative design technique. The Dwemer ruins in Skyrim offer that juxtaposition between the environment, which often has Neolithic symbolism on the walls, and then the sort of steampunk or retro-futuristic quality of the machines and the automatons that you have to fight. So I think in both cases, I think you're pointing at something that's present, something that's equally a common, or perhaps not as common, but it is used regularly as a narrative technique to embed that in moving and living creatures and the environments around them.
I think in the ruins that Adam is referencing, the implication is that stones from a previous civilization have been reused in the architecture of a still dead in the world civilization. And I think that this is a interesting and kind of maybe more prescient than the designers intended analog to the real world, where Neolithic monuments have been and still are occasionally deconstructed if they don't meet certain historical benchmarks, or they don't have the respect of the population that is living around them, and where they are, you know, destroyed, their masonry or the stones are used to construct often churches or gravestones, or are even left intact and are carved with the symbols of a following civilization or religious tradition. So they live on as monsters.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your answer. And are there any other questions or comments or whatever? Well then, may I ask one more thing to Krista and Velemete and Daniel? I don't know who of you I should unmute. I will unmute all of you, just to be sure. And here you are. My question was about the nostalgic aspect of libraries, which you also emphasized with your presentation. I have this example in mind, which I don't know if you know that, but it would be interesting if you do. And it's that of Nier Automata, in which you have a library. You have a sort of book repository, but all the lore of Nier Automata is based on nostalgia in some way. Spoiler alert, but all the narrative of Nier Automata is based on the fact that these machines in some way miss the humanity that built them, or in some way try to emulate the humanity, the human genre. And this library is some sort of nostalgic library for what concerns narratives, because of course is a library that gets burned to imitate what libraries were back in time. At the same time, this library is quite simple because it is only a room a white room with no books. So it kind of reminds me of the database rather than of the library. So I would like to know if you know if there's any library in games other than these of Nier Automata which is used purposefully to play on this nostalgic representation of the nostalgic space of libraries. And if you've seen in other games this clash between representing a place which is commonly associated with the labyrinth, with the book archive of lore and stuff, and is instead presented in that specific game as a simple space which cannot afford to be as complex as it should be.
There's a lot to pick up on there. So I mean, Nier Automata is, of course, in many ways typical of a certain kind of genre of post-apocalyptic visions, right? In it's evoking these kind of melancholy notes of loss, nostalgia, and so on. But one thing which is interesting, which I'll pick up there, is something we actually left out of the presentation for reasons of time, was like a lot of games also present archives in other media forms, right? Like we had a slide which we cut out at the last minute from Analog, a hate story, right? Which is a digital archive, which again, you're as a player invited to sift and piece together. So there are these kind of acknowledgements or representations rather of libraries moving on from this kind of image of the library as this room full of dusty books and so on. I don't know if you want to say something more about that, Krista or Matti.
The noteworthy thing is that they're still in deterioration, right? So Horizon Zero Dawn is another example of like data points being found amidst ruins. And obviously, and still, I mean, that's striking. We haven't explored the significance of that association enough, I think. But this, I mean, we've still got, you know, this is like an exploratory so far, but yeah, we have considered other archives and libraries.
It is interesting that it is, as Chris was saying, quite a common line through all of these, that still, even when we go on to these kind of futuristic kind of digital repositories and so on, they're often presented as either already decayed, as in Horizon Zero Dawn, and Analog, a hate story, or as needing upkeep and preservation. But they're always somehow under threat, whether that's, you know, from decay or other dangers.
I don't know, Daniel, if you're able to share the screen anymore, but something like the Soul Calibur image.
I guess so.
Yeah, like represents the old world as a background without being able to interact with it, and things like this were left out.
Yeah, so we use some other images that we left out of the presentation, right? So here, like in Soul Calibur 2, like, you know, in typical fighting game fashion, the library has this fancy background that you don't interact with in any way. But again, it's interesting in its association with this particular character, Raphael, who's presented as kind of, you know, member of the French aristocracy. And here the library becomes a metonym for this very traditional conservative idea of wealth and status, and this association with this kind of like old world aristocracy. So definitely the libraries do carry this nostalgic element in many ways, as they're represented in games.
Could I also link it actually to the other very interesting presentation on megaliths and in a way there's a kind of conversion, because these are things that are also becoming unreadable or already unreadable, right? I mean, the suggestion, and again to go back to Horizon Zero Dawn, is that well, you need a focus to read it, but like a lot of people have lost the skills of accessing it. So this process of becoming unreadable is quite interesting in itself.
Mm.
If you'd like to comment on that, Adam and Heidi.
I shall unmute them, sorry. Okay. Now they can.
Stop disappearing.
Yeah, I think that these, credit to the organizers, these two topics speak very well to each other, and certainly both in the real world where megalithic monuments and Neolithic symbols are unreadable to us. I mean, we don't really have a Rosetta Stone for Neolithic symbolism or for the true meanings that the civilizations that constructed megalithic monuments had for them. We've got lots of conjecture, everywhere from celestial calendars to meeting places to burial spots. We do not have access to them, and I think that just leads to a very interesting creative space when we're seeking to use them and use the past in fictional spaces.
Thanks.
Okay then, if there's any more questions or comments, we can get to the... Okay, we ran out of time, so the discussion was planned for 6:30 till 7. Now it's 7:30, so what do we do, Krista? What should we do? Do we have some space for discussion or?
Yes, we have. So I mean, we left quite a margin for after, in case anyone wants to kind of just stay around chatting or discussing or have a drink or whatever. So we can say, I mean, we don't have to use all that time. Like in the schedule, it's actually, you know, quite a long time is left free. But maybe we can have like 20 minutes to anything else, any other discussion that comes up, a kind of round table, something a little bit more open rather than a Q&A.
Yes, I agree.
We have lost sight of the participants again.
I get to leave now, okay. John is leaving us. Bye, John.
Bye, John. Thanks, John. Bye, Jared. Oh, I'm just saying bye to John. Bye, Sarah.
You're welcome, bye. So one of the themes that interests me the most about memory, just to begin some discussion, is that more than history, more than the idea or the concept of history or of history as a topic, historical studies and historical theory and so on. Memory allows us to have an approach or a perspective which is more focused on the present, so on present modes of representation or of simulation or and so on and so forth, on the future. And this happens both on the individual side of memory and on the collective side of it. This is quite interesting because, of course, the approaches that allows us to observe what memory is from the perspective of from what concerns collective or individual are quite different. Of course, for individual memory we have psychology or neurological studies and stuff like that, and for what concerns instead collective memory, we have historiography, or we have memory studies for transnational memory studies and so on and so forth, so or politics, sociology and stuff like that. So what I found most interesting about memory as an umbrella topic, as both the collective and the individual side, and this is why I'm striving to have a research done on both of these sides of memory, is that of course there are things that are in common between these two sides of memory as a topic. And so it is possible to make claims that are that values for both the individual side of memory and the collective side of memory. And I think that these workshops provided pretty interesting claims about that, by taking into account both these sides of memory. I mean, not only our individual memory is always and cannot but be framed towards a collective framework of memory. For example, that the presentation about the 9/11, which transforms a collective memory, an event in collective memory, 9/11, in an individual experience. You can perceive what happened, you can have a direct experience of what happened then. But most importantly, for all these attempts to frame the experience, which cannot but be ultimately personal, that of gaming, towards a wider context of history, of past as mediated history or whatever, or inherently mediated history. That was my comment. If you want to make further comments on this, or I unmute Jared.
Hey, yeah.
Raised his hand.
I also just want to take a little bit of time to thank the organizers for this awesome workshop. I think it was good for me to see kind of how memory is not only shaped in the production of video games, but also in the consumption of video games, just because a lot of these different presentations kind of grapple with, okay, how is history maybe presented in these things? How does a cultural memory of, say, Neolithic monuments shape the production of these games? And then also kind of in retrospective, an analysis of video games as ruins, even, you know, to try and see, okay, what can we piece together about these artifacts or these texts based off of the memories surrounding them. And I think it was very fascinating to me to see how we're approaching memory from both sides.
I think we have a question for Javier Torres, who asks, I unmute you, Adam, so you and Heidi can answer. Can you read the question?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
It is a great question. It's interesting. I mean, I think that the actual complex sites like Göbekli Tepe, probably have just a little bit too much actual content to them to be lifted in the same way that the more simplified or less pictographically complex. I know in Göbekli Tepe in particular, there's a lot of pictorial representations that are on the stones. I think that would be like edging into the real in a way that a lot of game designers might not want to be obligated to be faithful to history in the same way, that they are able to kind of gloss over the specifics with the Neolithic sites that they do use. I think specifically Skyrim, there's very little shape or character to the stones that they use. I don't know if you can remember the pictures of the rough stones around the hold stones. Oh, it's okay. But they're very, they lack character in comparison to even the stones that are present in actual Neolithic monuments. And I think the more detailed or the more specific or the larger and more complex the site, the more difficult it is for game designers to lift them, to steal from them in quite the same way.
And I would add to that that lifting is so casual and so pervasive at this point that we're also seeing, we didn't talk much about this, but we're seeing other categories of appropriation in this regard. One, we were talking a little earlier about Horizon Zero Dawn, and that I believe the reason why we didn't include it in the talk is that it's a little bit more difficult to defend as something that's specifically Neolithic, but it is sort of gesturing at it in a weaker way. Our friends Samantha Gorman and Danny Cannizzaro, who own and operate Tender Claws, you know, they released the Under Presents recently, and there were megaliths in that.
They basically recreate Stonehenge.
That's right. And,
which is a counterexample to the point that I just made. They actually take the monument in its entirety and just plop it in the game.
Yeah. But of course, it's a megalithic one, right?
Yeah.
So the appropriation isn't a problem there. And then, of course, a game like Journey that sort of takes this to an extreme.
Or the mobile game, I think it's called Sky, is
one.
even more clearly lots of dolmens, lots of spirals and concentric circles when they want to indicate this sort of deep, inaccessible, pictorial past. So I hope that answers your question.
I do have a question for the group, if that's all right, while I'm unmuted. Is that okay? Thumbs up? Yeah. So we came a little bit late, unfortunately, because of a prior obligation. And I was curious about whether any of the participants had talking about memory from the perspective of hardware. I think it's interesting to think about the way in which both, random access memory and hard disk space operate in this, I think, similarly to something Daniel was saying. I think it was Daniel, in that they not only retain specific kinds of information and privilege and draw our attention to specific kinds of information, but that, even just the term like artifact, right, in relation to a glitch, in relation to a unexpected process and a set of reactions to those processes, perhaps to a failure state, becomes a sort of temporary artifact of that failure in memory, or some sort of unexpected equivalent to an unexpected thought coming through a process. I don't mean to sort of get us too far afield. I know it's sort of a poetic push, but I think that while we're talking about culture and we're talking about individuals in relation to games, I think it's also interesting to talk about the platforms themselves. And I'd be interested to know if anybody had either talked about that earlier or if it's relevant to any of your work.
I did, actually.
Oh, great.
Yeah. No, not properly. I mean, I dealt with it only with an abstract because my research is only at an early stage. So I have to deal with that more properly and more accurately and so on. What I can tell you is that if we deal with the memory as a metaphor in games, for what concerns the narrative side or the simulation metaphors, we usually step into things like metaphors of, at the same time, our memory of individuals or societies, and in parallel, the memory of the game. Games such as, for example, Undertale, or for example, Metal Gear Solid 2, or Nier Automata itself, or even that other, what's that name, Deadly Premonition, all deal with clashes between amnesia or individual or collective memories, and at the same time take into account the fact that as artifacts, digital games are inherently memory artifacts that function only because they can retain memory in some other ways. And this becomes, of course, self-reflexive for what concerns, for example, Undertale, in which the game itself treats you to cancel your save files, to cancel your memory within the game and your traces of actions, of experiences within the game, or with Metal Gear Solid 2, which plays with it a lot, and so on and so forth. So I dealt only with metaphors of memory within games, and often metaphors of memory representation in games takes into account, self-reflexively takes into account the fact that, yes, digital games and digital artifacts more generally are memory artifacts in some way. I unmute Eduardo because his hand is raised.
Yeah, I have a question too, but I would also like to add something to Adam's question, which I think is great. And the fact that we can also think, in my opinion, in memory of hardware as a sort of taking part in the I would say in the creative experience of media in a longer history of media, actually. If we take, for example, Nier Automata, the glitches and the noises in digital communication are, and I mean, this is just one example of many in contemporary aesthetics of using these glitches as remodeling them in a way to create actual representations of any enunciations in game worlds. For example, in Nier Automata, the virus that affects to be in a part of the game. And by this, I actually think that we can think about hardware, the aesthetics of hardware failure, of some sort of having some sort of role in the creative function of noises. And this, I mean, in music composition, this has been a trend for ages, right? So this is just something that I would like to add to the discussion. And the question that I have is actually a commentary, and I would like to know more about it from Giorgio, actually, because he commented a bit on kitsch aesthetics, right, in memory, in historical representations in games, and I see this actually is a trend, very I think very common thing in many different games, and in different places it takes like very peculiar shapes. For example, in Brazilian game industry, especially in the indie game industry, you have very kitsch aesthetics. For example, in the representation of an immaculate nature, something that has been quite repeated, have a appeared repeatedly in Brazilian aesthetics, in music, and many other sorts of artistic creation. And I would like to think about it in regard to this discussion on cultural collective memory and the role that kitsch has in this sort of reassessing, like a very I would say more traditional way of approaching cultural heritage in some way, and also how it takes, like, it in a way parasites the local cultures. In a way, it seems kitsch is as a sort of folk representation seems to have this kind of porosity. Oh, is this a word? You know, this kind of yeah, I'll just stop like this, or I can go. I mean, I think I don't know if you get my point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I mean, I ask myself these questions with the game that I talked about too. Can it be defined as a bit kitschy sometimes in the way that it proposes certain spaces of Vienna, certain cliches of Vienna? And sometimes it's interesting also to see what kind of stakes the people making these games have. Do these people come from this culture? In the case of the people making the game that I talked about, it's an Austrian game studio, and it's based in Vienna too. And so, I mean, the thing is, most video game makers are not historians, am I right? So sometimes when they want to present a certain historical perspective, they will resent from the way that history has been processed in that particular moment in time. And in order sometimes to give a certain flavor, a certain mood to their game, they will rely on stereotypes that lay around. And yeah, so sometimes that could be the risk with this idea of kitsch, that it reflects certain moods of how history has been processed in a particular country. So thank you for your question, but I would also have a commentary to add to the discussion that's been done up to now, and to Adam's question about the preservation of game and hardware. I mean, Elena referenced the idea of abandonware, and as a way the gaming past is archived in a way which is also very interesting, because I think that the gaming industry sometimes has a problem in archiving its own past, and certain facets of it are preserved fairly well. I think, for instance, of Nintendo selecting certain collections of game from the SNES library, the NES library, and constantly bringing them out. But there are also many blind spots that can be recovered only via unofficial means like abandonware themselves. But my worry there is, how can future-proofing be assured in that case? Because abandonware libraries can be very fragile. They can be struck by copyright if push comes to shove. So how do we ensure that gaming past is archived? And oftentimes it is something that is also a blind spot for the authorities too. I mean, we have institutions in place to preserve literature, to preserve film, but how do we ensure that gaming past isn't salvaged too? And there's some questions that I'm sort of juggling in a moment.